brand new banger.
What is your hatred for John Cena?
Yo, when Hulk Hogan takes a rock bottom better than you, there's a problem. There's a problem. My man. All right, so give me the camera.
One rock bottom.
Yo, no, it's more than that. Show, give me the camera. I got the fucking camera. Kenny, I'm gonna have to do it for you. I'm gonna give you the whole spiel. He came out as a prototype. Whatever. You know, he slaps Kurt Angle. Ruthless aggression. I'm not into that. Whatever. He comes out as a rapper. I'm like, okay, all right, I could dig it. You know, he's from Boston, so that's a strike. You know, us New Yorkers, we don't fuck with Boston too much, but you know what? I'll look over that. He's doing his thing. Something original. Some I could, you know, there's something different. It's entertaining. Comes around, and my man has a choice between The Big Show, Kane, or Shawn Michaels. And he gives the most pussiest promo I've ever heard in my life. I will never forgive this. And he's on some, well, you know, I don't want to fight The Big Show because, you know, he's a huge guy, and, you know, you got the Big Red Machine who wants to fight him, and Shawn Michaels is a legend. Fuck that, bro. You already beat all these motherfuckers already.
Her return on SmackDown.
Okay.
So I definitely read some rumors about that.
Because for whatever reason, and I don't know Cody's reason, you turn around and go back, and people are gonna be, you destroyed thrones, and you go back? We have been doing this shit for ages, and he still doesn't know how to take it right. Trust me. That's it. Just, I got you. My man, he collapsed with the kick.
That's what I'm saying. That's the way he didn't collapse during the sun. It was the kick.
He's not even in his fucking chair when he gets in this fucking thing. He's not even in his fucking chair.
Yeah, but he
there he goes.
Oh!
There he goes.
Both matches without the wrestlers were in the table.
And on that note, everyone, it's your friendly. Word. He be like, I got a left elbow and a right elbow. I can break your face with an any elbow. Make sure that you get elbowed in your elbow with an elbow. Got the arm bar, get the phone ball, get around with the arm with the bomb ball.
Daddy's gonna take you to Jersey Shore.
Yo. What's going on, everybody? It is fucking Thursday night. You know what that means. What's going on, Tyson? What up, Janelle? I seen you was the first one to comment, but on my restream, I can't see it, but I saw it on YouTube. Appreciate y'all for coming through. It is Thursday night, wrestling with knuckleheads. You know what that means. We out here, we acting crazy. Pack your Swayze, lemon, crazy. Don't act fugazi. Oop, she wally wally. Oop, she bang bang. Oop, she wally 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 wally. You know what I'm saying? All that good shit. Now, don't mind me if you see me moving away for a few minutes throughout the day, because I'm making ribs. We're having a potluck at my job tomorrow, so I'm making the ribs now. I just made some brownies. They smell good. They're fully baked. We put the fork in. Now, this is how you can tell if something's baked or not. You put a toothpick or fork or something in the brownie, and if you pull it out and nothing comes on it, it's fully baked. So we got that shit. Boom, perfect. That. You know what I'm saying? And then the ribs have just gone in, so they've been in there for a half hour. We're gonna cook them for like 2-3 hours. We're gonna make them good. You know what I'm saying? I made a nice sauce. I'm cooking them first, and then I'm gonna put the sauce on them and let them cook in the sauce. You understand? So we're gonna be doing big things tomorrow at the potluck. They say I cook too much, but you know what? You never cook too much. It's better to have leftovers and bring them home than to have home owners and bring them left. You decide. You figure it out. You know what I'm saying? You do the math. But yeah, man, tonight I wanted to talk about something different other than the wrestling nowadays. Even though we could, you know, I know y'all gonna want to talk about my bad. I know y'all gonna want to talk about what happened on Raw and all that good shit. Y'all probably gonna want to talk about what happened with Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns and all that other bullshit. You know how we do. Those ribs gotta. Yeah, we got. I wish I could have put them on the barbecue, but I gotta, if I put them on the barbecue, I would have to babysit them. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta I would have to do it in the cold barbecue, get some nice smoky flavor in. Man. And I threw them in the oven, but we got some barbecue sauce in there. Stubbs, you ever heard of Stubbs? Is it Stubbs? How to put Stubbs? There you go. I got the honey shit. Now, I don't know what made me buy this. I just felt like somebody spoke about it. And they said it was good. I don't know if these goods or not, but this is the barbecue sauce I got. It's sweet honey and spice. I put it with my sauce. I made a sauce for them. I'm not just gonna put the barbecue sauce all over the shit. Put it with a sauce on them. I like honey barbecue. I made my special sauce with this shit. I tasted it. It's not spicy, but it gave a little tang at the end. You know them ribs need a little tang at the end. You know what I'm saying? You need a little tang and a little tang. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna make this shit work. So this is the shit that I put on it with some other stuff. We got some spare ribs because I was gonna get it was another type of ribs at Costco because I bought the shit at Costco. But they said the spare ribs was media and shit like that, more tender. So I was like, let's see it. Let's try. So you cook them slow and low, get that good shit going. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shit. You guys to do it good. But yeah, I know y'all gonna want to talk about Monday Night Raw with Roman and Brock and the War Games and all that other shit. We probably talk a little bit about that when the guys come on. I wanted to talk about wrestling in the 80s, man. Before we get to the 80s, the 1995, the first WCW Nitro. I started watching Nitro on Peacock, and I'm like, fuck it, there ain't nothing else to watch. I'm going between Nitro and the Chicago's, the PEDs and all that shit. So I'm watching Nitro, and the first Nitro I didn't know happened right before War Games. It was Hogan, Sting, Luger, and Macho Man versus the Legion of Doom. And so I was like, oh, fuck it. I watched two things of Nitro, and then I watched the War Games. I'm back to Nitro, and then I'm seeing the storyline play out with Hulk Hogan and the Giant. And I'm like, okay, I remember this. I remember that match vividly where he threw the Giant off the roof, and the Giant came back. They made the Giant seem like he was untouchable. You know what I'm saying? Basic Thugonomics. And I remember that as a kid. So I'm watching Nitro, and I'm like, yo, these matches, like, it's Ric Flair versus Arn Anderson, Eddie Guerrero versus Dean Malenko. They had Conan versus Juventud Guerrera. I'm like, yo, these Alex Wright, those won the kid. And Disco Inferno had just debuted. And Wildman Mark Merrill was getting a TV title shot against Sting, who was the champion. He just beat Flying Brian Pillman, who then he had, his matches with Jushin Thunder Liger. But he also had a good match with Ric Flair. And I'm like, yo, this is the reason why my brother watched WCW more than WWE. Because, don't get me wrong, WWE has some good matches also. But around that time, this was also when they started doing that whole PG shit. And they were losing a little bit. They, Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart was taking over slowly. They didn't have too many, side characters. So some of the stuff they did was like over the top. Like, oh, okay. So my brother goes, this is what AEW was supposed to be. It kind of was in the first 2 years, but I'm like, yo, this shit is dope. I don't know. You tell me, should I watch Monday Night Nitro and Monday Night Raw together and then watch the pay-per-views together? Like I'm watching the Monday Night Wars again. and then let y'all know what I think of both WWE and WCW back in those days. Should I do it? You let me know while I blow my nose because you people are uncivilized. Blaming you, Tyson. All right. Since no one voted, we'll ask the people when they come. But I'm thinking about it. Now that I fucking just said it, I'm thinking about it. And we'll see how good Raw and SmackDown was. How good Raw and Nitro was. To quote Ray, what I do. You know what you did, Tyson? Shit. I'm over here asking you a question. I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve, bleeding my heart out to y'all, and you just ignore me. You're not accepting me for who I am. You know what I'm saying? You just sitting there laughing. Like, oh yeah, right, he's gonna do shit. You know what I'm saying? Making me feel bold. I just cooked brownies, Tyson. And y'all, and you gonna tell the whole clan to not respond to me. That's messed up. You got your whole clique here and you're teaming up on me. It's fucked up. But like I was saying, I think that might be something cool to do. It'd be dope if we could watch the Monday Night Raw. You know something? Nitro was only about an hour. Shit. It'd be dope if we could do it over Discord. Watch that shit, but I don't know how to broadcast that shit off of Peacock into Discord so people can watch it. But it would be nice if we was able to watch everything here and, you know, enjoy it and react to it. But God forbid you do something to make a community. But anyway, I'll let y'all know how that is about that. The reason why I picked the 80s is because I believe, and I've been saying this for a long time, that the 80s had one of the best rosters of wrestling ever. It was an all-star cast. They had the top performers of each territory, and they brought them all into one show. Now, did that mean that a lot of these people were overlooked when it came to titles? Yes. But also, from what I understand from watching these podcasts and interviews and shoot videos and documentaries and all that, I don't think they were too concerned about being champion. They just was concerned about making money. And from what I hear, depending on who you work with, you can make a lot of money. You don't need to be champion. If you work with the champion, making good money. That was some of the focal points back in the day of wrestling. So if we're gonna take that into consideration when it comes to judging a guy's career, do we go, this guy was never champion, so he's not as good as other people? Do we let championships define our wrestlers in this sport? Or do we let circumstance define our wrestlers in this sport? You know what I'm saying? Because even though we enjoy, I mean me and Cap and whoever has any kind of sense, enjoy Jinder Mahal as WWE champion. But does that put him over someone like Owen Hart that was never champion? Or Travis and Rick Rude, who was never WWE champion? Or Mr. Perfect? You know, stuff like that. You know, so does Kofi Kingston become better than Ron Simmons? Or is it circumstances? You know, like, do we sit here and go, this guy was good because at the time he was champion, he was able to do something with it? Like, yeah, Jinder Mahal was champion, and he had his little run, but, you know, Brock was able to stop him from being champion so he could go. He didn't want to work with him, so he worked with AJ Styles. But on the same vein, in the same situation, JBL was champion. They made JBL champion because Eddie, from what I understand, didn't want to continue his run because it was a lot to handle. So they gave it to JBL, and he took the ball and ran with it. He held the title for about a year. He dropped it to Cena, but he had feuds with a lot of top tier talent. He held his own. He did good. So now, in that respect, they're both similar situations. JBL did better, but also, I don't remember anybody saying that they didn't want JBL to be the champion when they wrestled. So it's also perspective. My opinion, I think JBL's run was better than Jinder Mahal's, but also I can see how Jinder Mahal's could have been on the same level as JBL's, despite all the bullshit that went through. So that's the question now, because that's what everybody wants to talk about when it comes to those eras. That Hogan squashed people, or that don't work for me, brother. But it was a different era. People had different motives to be champion. Now, I can't speak for whether they wanted to be champion or how they felt unless I heard it from their mouth, but there's a lot of people I didn't hear from their mouth, so I don't know. But 80s, get to it. 1985, WrestleMania 1 was born. WrestleMania 1, the Super Bowl, World Series, World Cup of wrestling. WrestleMania. Granddaddy of them all. 1985. Shortly after that, the Survivor Series, 1987. Then 1988 became Royal Rumble and SummerSlam. So the top four, the main four pay-per-views of WWE happened in the 80s. Within 3 years of itself. To this day, before anybody says some shit.
To this day,
they're still around. They're still the top four. There's no other pay-per-view that overtook them when it comes to prestige or memories or history being made. A lot of people debuted on these shows. Shit, Royal Rumble right now is, I would say, arguably the second best pay-per-view after WrestleMania because it would be the second biggest. Royal Rumble dictates who's going to WrestleMania to defend, to fight for that World Heavyweight Championship. SummerSlam is just a big event that happens in the summer. It's gotten big on scale to the size of a WrestleMania, but to me, the feel of a SummerSlam and the feel of WrestleMania ain't the same. It's up there, but it's not the same. Which I think it would have been dope if they would have kept SummerSlam more of like WrestleMania is more about the World Championship. SummerSlam would be more about the Intercontinental, the United States Championship, because one of the most historic matches that happened at SummerSlam was Bret Hart versus Davey Boy Smith, main event of the Intercontinental Championship. We had Razor Ramon and Shawn Michaels 2 ladder match, SummerSlam. A lot of things happened at SummerSlam that they could have been for that secondary championship. That would have worked. The career match, Undertaker, Macho Man, and the Ultimate Warrior, SummerSlam. We had a lot of that shit. Survivor Series. To me, I think Survivor Series was one of the most innovative pay-per-views because it was originally it was 5-on-5. You had your teams. The main team 5-on-5, it was elimination style, sole survivors win. Then it became for a couple years sets of teams 4-on-4, and then I think 1 year they had the sole survivor, whereas the winner of each team goes to the sole survivor match, and then the winner of that became the sole survivor. So I remember 1 year, I forgot which year it was. I don't know if it was 91. I don't know if it was 90 or 91, but $1 Million Man, his whole team went to the Survivor Series. No, his whole team except for Undertaker went to the Soul Survivor match, and he was accompanied by Sergeant Slaughter. Sergeant Slaughter beat his team. He was pretty much the last one on his team, and he pinned the last 3 guys to win that match. So it was a full team, full set of 4. And on the other side, it was the Warrior, Hogan, and Tito Santana. And Warrior, Hogan, and Tito Santana beat that team, and they were the sole survivors. It was dope. I liked it. It just felt like this was something different. People were fighting for something different, and it was dope. You got to see a lot of the individuality of each wrestler. You get to see how strong some wrestlers are versus others. Undertaker debuted in there. You see him eliminating Bret Hart, Dusty Rhodes, Coco Beware. It's dope. Gobbledygooker was in one of the Survivor Series. It was a pay-per-view for you, so you can watch during Thanksgiving and all that. Royal Rumble, that's just memory. Like, that was supposed to be, this is the next guy up. Right? Now, it became that later on in the years. The first Royal Rumble winner in 1988 was Hacksaw Jim Duggan. He just won the Royal Rumble. Didn't really mean nothing. I mean, he became the Royal Rumble winner, but he didn't get a title shot. The title shots didn't start happening until I think 92. But Hulk Hogan won the 89 and 90 Royal Rumble. I think 91 it was Ric Flair. 92, I believe it was Hogan. No. Shit, I used to be able to tell you this. I used to be able to tell you who won every Royal Rumble. But then shit happens. Shit happens in life, and you have to forget shit to remember shit. Let's see all of the winners of the Royal Rumble. All the winners of the Royal Rumble. Why they broke that shit down to something stupid. All right, let's see if we could define this by year. By year. All right. All right, February. All right, so there you go. We're going down the list. Here you go. We're gonna. Oh, all right. So I was wrong. I was off by a year. So the first ever winner of the Royal Rumble was Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Second one was Big John Studd. Then you got Hulk Hogan back to back 1990, 1991. Ric Flair 92, Yokozuna 93, Bret Hart and Lex Luger 94, Shawn Michaels back to back 95 and 96. Stone Cold went back to back 97, 98. Mr. McMahon won it in 99. The Rock technically won it in 2000. I say that because his feet did hit first, and the Big Show should have won it, but that became a 4-way dance at WrestleMania, so The Rock won it. Then Stone Cold won it again in 2001. Triple H won in 2002. Then Brock Lesnar in 2003. The Man They Erased from History in 2004. Batista 5, Ray 6. We're just gonna name the names. Then The Undertaker, Cena, Orton, Edge, Alberto Del Rio, which I believe that one was the biggest Royal Rumble with 40 competitors. Sheamus, Cena again, Batista again, Roman Reigns, Triple H again, Randy Orton again, Shinsuke Nakamura, which that one was also the birth of the first female Royal Rumble. But Shinsuke Nakamura and Asuka won the Royal Rumble together, which that WrestleMania was a disappointment. Both Asuka and Shinsuke lost their main events. And I don't know if you guys counted. Let me know if you count the greatest Royal Rumble with Braun Strowman winning that. I don't count it. To me, that was a Saudi Arabia house show. But anyway, they wrote that shit down here. Seth Rollins won, then Drew McIntyre, then Edge won, Brock Lesnar again, then Cody Rhodes twice with 2003 and 2024, and then the last one is Jey Uso. So there's been 39 Royal Rumbles, if you count Roman. Braun Strowman. So there's 38 winners if you don't count Braun Strowman. And I don't think so. Hulk Hogan won 2. I think Ric Flair. That shit scared the shit out of me. Ric Flair won 1 to be the champion. Yokozuna did it to go to WrestleMania 9 to become the number 1 contender for the WrestleMania 9 and WrestleMania 10. It was Bret and Lex Luger. So I don't know when they started. Well, definitely Yokozuna. So it was 1993 when they started going to WrestleMania for the main event. But give me a second. I got to flip these ribs. All right. We're back. Let me set this time for another half hour so I can flip them ribs again. Boom. All right. And next time I flip it, all right. So in a half hour, I'll flip them again. Another half hour, raise the temperature. But I'm gonna, yeah. And when I raise the temperature to 325, then I'll put the sauce on. Let that shit cook slow. Looking good. It's looking good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So even though we had all those pay-per-views, the 90s was what innovated with the pay-per-views and mainstream wrestling, but the 80s is where you had, you know, the Macho Man. Like you had a lot of legend. You had a stacked roster. You know? Let's see. WWE stars 1980s. Let's see. Take this thing. Roberts of some Warriors. Yeah. Shit. You had forgive me, I'm rushing because I gotta cook them damn ribs and I'm trying to come up with some shit here. But you had WrestleMania 3, which we spoke about in length, but WrestleMania 5 was Hulk Hogan versus the Macho Man, Mega Powers collide. Right? When was that? Was that 1980? 1989, April 2nd, 1989, the Mega Powers explode. There was a whole year of story, not storyline where it was Hogan versus Macho Man. It was a whole year story where Macho Man won the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania 4. It was a tournament. He went through the $1 Million Man. Hulk Hogan had a rematch with Andre the Giant. They both got disqualified. And Macho Man was champion. And at one point, Macho Man had Miss Elizabeth on his side because he wasn't the Macho King anymore. Miss Elizabeth was the first lady of wrestling. The first lady of wrestling, not like woman wrestler. She was the valet. And Macho Man had too much on his plate. Like, that was the story. He was getting jumped and he needed help. And she goes to the back and pulls out Hulk Hogan. And ever since then, Hulk Hogan had Macho Man's back. They were teaming up. I remember them wrestling $1 Million Man and Jesse the Body Ventura was the special guest referee for their tag team matches. Did another SummerSlam. Sorry, I'm looking for the brackets. My bad. Oh, this smallest fucking bracket. I don't know who made this shit. This shit is like fucking microscopic. All right, hold on. Here goes the tournament. Hulk Hogan and Macho Man, Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant in the first round, they got disqualified. They had a first round bye, but they both disqualified. Then Hacksaw Jim Duggan lost to Ted DiBiase. Don Morocco versus Dino Bravo, which I believe Don Morocco won that, didn't he? Yeah, Don Morocco beat Dino Bravo via disqualification. And that was the end of the first bracket. And then the second bracket was Ricky the Dragon Steamboat versus Greg the Hammer Valentine. But Greg the Hammer Valentine won via pinfall. He beat Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Macho Man versus Butch Reed. Macho Man won that match. Bam Bam Bigelow versus One Man Gang. One Man Gang beat Bam Bam Bigelow via count out. Jake the Snake Roberts versus Ravishing Rick Rude. And Jake the Snake Roberts ends in the time limit draw, so no one goes to the semifinals. I remember this. So One Man Gang had the bye. He fought Macho Man Randy Savage. Well, One Man Gang didn't have to go anywhere, so he went to semifinals. Macho Man Randy Savage beat Greg the Hammer Valentine and Butch Reed. Then he fought One Man Gang. And Ted DiBiase beat Dino Bravo. And since he had the bye in the semifinals, he didn't have to wrestle nobody. And it was Ted DiBiase versus Macho Man in the finals for the World Heavyweight Championship. Macho Man won. Hulk Hogan helped, but he helped because Macho Man was $1 Million Man was trying to buy his way to the championship. He had a bunch of people come down and try to interfere during that match. Hulk Hogan helped. So fast forward, Hulk Hogan helps him again. They become a tag team. The Mega Powers, Hogan and Macho, inseparable. Miss Elizabeth gets hit off the apron. Hogan takes it to the back to get help. Macho Man's left stranded. Macho Man comes to the back, infuriated. He thinks Hogan left him because he's trying to do something to Miss Elizabeth. Hogan's like, that's not the case. I'm trying to help her out. Yada, yada, yada. They hate each other now. WrestleMania 4 comes. WrestleMania 5 comes. A complete year from WrestleMania 4 to WrestleMania 5. with the story of the Mega Powers getting together, being one of the biggest tag teams in the world, to imploding, and now they're wrestling each other. Hogan wins. What up, Leon? And he spends another year defending his title. And then WrestleMania 6, he defends it against the Ultimate Warrior. You see how, even though Hogan was champion WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 2, WrestleMania 3, he was defending, like, so WrestleMania 1, it was a tag team match. Orton, Mr. Wonderful, and Roddy Piper against him and Mr. T. WrestleMania 2, it was him and King Kong Bundy. WrestleMania 3, him and Andre the Giant. 4 was the tournament for the championship because Andre the Giant actually beat Hogan for the title, but he handed the title over to Ted DiBiase, and President Jack Tunney said you can't do that shit, so he stripped Andre the Giant of the championship, vacated the championship, and they made a 14-man tournament. That tournament made Macho Man a champion. Macho Man had his full year story with Hogan. Hogan won the title again. Then Hogan went, and it was Young Lion versus New Lion, WrestleMania 6. Ultimate Warrior won the championship off of Hogan. The Ultimate Warrior, whatever the case may be, lost the title of the Royal Rumble next year to Sergeant Slaughter because the Macho Man smacked the Ultimate Warrior with the scepter. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? So then Hulk Hogan stepped up to defend America because at that point Sergeant Slaughter had turned to the Middle Eastern, the commies, and he turned his back on America. So Hulk Hogan stepped up to defend America. WrestleMania 7. That was the story. They made that one quick. I guess it's to pivot away from the Ultimate Warrior because of the shit that he was doing. But still, WrestleMania 9 comes. No, I'm sorry. WrestleMania 8 comes, and Ric Flair's the champion. Ric Flair won the championship at the next Royal Rumble, in the Royal Rumble, because Sid eliminated Hogan. Hogan helped Flair eliminate Sid. Flair becomes the champion. So they needed to decide who's going to fight Ric Flair at WrestleMania. They had the pick, and they said Hogan initially was going to wrestle Ric Flair, but Sid was fucking with Hogan. Hogan lost his title shot against Flair. Macho Man became the guy who wrestled Ric Flair WrestleMania 8. And Hogan had the match with Sid, which the Ultimate Warrior returned WrestleMania 8 to help out Hogan. WrestleMania 9 comes, and now this is the one where they started making it a spectacle with the Caesar's Palace and all the other stuff. And this is pretty much when they're starting to transition into the new era, the new blood of wrestlers. There's no more Macho Man's on commentary. There's no more Ric Flair there. There's no more Andre the Giant. Ultimate Warrior's gone. Hogan's in the background pretty much. New guys, and there's Ted DiBiase and IRS are the tag team champions, but we had the Legion of Doom, Crush, Doink. The Undertaker was more prominent. John Gonzalez was there. Kama Mustafa, who's Godfather, and Yokozuna. Yokozuna was the new face. Bret Hart was the champion. He won the championship against Ric Flair at Superstars, I believe. And he was defending the title against Yokozuna. This is where everybody starts hating on Hogan. Yokozuna wins the title, challenges Hogan. Hogan wins the title from him. Yokozuna, I think, was champion for like 60 seconds. WrestleMania 10, Hogan's gone. Macho Man is still the announcer, but he has a match with Crush. I believe it was his last match that he had in WWE with Crush. Now we have Bret Hart. Owen Hart stepped up main event. Lex Luger's there to replace Hogan pretty much as the Lex Express. Yokozuna's back on the mountain with the championship. Razor Ramon came out of nowhere. He's wrestling Shawn Michaels for the Intercontinental title. You know, Doink, he's still there, but he's like a fan favorite. He's wrestling Bam and Bigelow. The faces have been refreshed here. WrestleMania 10. Some say that might have been one of the best WrestleManias, but that's me. We had the first ever ladder match at WrestleMania 10. We had a first ever anywhere pinfall match that I remember at WrestleMania 10, which that one was the only one of its kind where if you pinned your opponent outside the ring, they had 60 seconds to get back in the ring. If they couldn't make it back in the ring in 60 seconds, they lost. So the Macho Man pin Crush, tied him up, hung him by his feet in one of the rafters, and Crush couldn't get back to the ring, which I thought was kind of dope. That match was kind of dope stipulation. But we also had the first ever double victories for the Royal Rumble, which Lex Luger and Bret Hart both at the same time eliminated each other, and they were the co-winners of the Rumble. We didn't have triple threat matches back then. WCW had what was called a triangle match, where two people were legal, one person was standing on the apron, and you had to tag in and out, which was kind of cool, but didn't really make sense for what they were trying to go for. Having all three men wrestle at the same time makes more sense when it's every man for themselves. But they didn't do that in WWE, not at the moment. So Bret Hart fought Owen Hart in the beginning of the night. Lex Luger had the first title against Yokozuna. And they said, to make things fair, we're going to have special guest referees. Mr. Perfect was the guest referee for Lex Luger's match with Yokozuna. Lex Luger pushed Lex Luger pushed Mr. Perfect. And Mr. Perfect pretty much said, fuck it. And he's kind of screwed Lex Luger over. And this is coming from SummerSlam, where Lex Luger knocked out Yokozuna. Yokozuna couldn't get back in the ring, and he thought he was the champion, but the champion don't lose the title by getting counted out. So then the next match was Yokozuna versus Bret Hart. Main event. Roddy Piper's the special guest referee. Bret Hart rolls up Yokozuna. 1, 2, 3. Bret Hart's the new champion. Do you see how the first 10, I could go on WrestleMania 11, LT versus Bam Bam Bigelow, Psycho Sid versus Undertaker, and so on and so forth there. Yeah, WrestleMania 11 was Shawn Michaels versus Diesel for the title. And LT versus Bam Bam Bigelow. Psycho Sid and Undertaker did wrestle. But yeah, this is when Pamela Anderson was supposed to come out with Shawn Michaels. She didn't. She came out with Diesel. Shawn Michaels came out with someone else. Diesel won WrestleMania 12. That's when the childhood boy's dream came true. That was one of the greatest calls that Vince McMahon never said when Shawn Michaels won the Iron Man match WrestleMania 12. They had the backlot match with Roddy Piper and Goldust, which was kind of dope. Ultimate Warrior returned again, and he no-sold Triple H's pedigree, which I don't know why it's a big deal. He's the Ultimate Warrior. He no-sold everybody's shit. The Bulldog and Yokozuna this time was now teaming up with Owen Hart. Because Jim Cornette had a faction. It was Owen Hart, Yokozuna, and Vader. Which that actually was a pretty good faction. But you see, I know I was a child growing up. I was 1 year old WrestleMania. It came out in 1989. You know what I'm saying? So from there, I remember all that to WrestleMania 12. 13, Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart and Austin, all that happened. 14, Austin and The Rock. No, 15, Austin and The Rock. 14, I started losing my memory, but these stories here they stand the test of time. The way people wrestle stood the test of time. We didn't have people stapling each other in the face. Nobody went through glass. These are rudimentary matches. These matches were simple as shit, and it was experts doing them. Now I want you to pay attention to this. Experts are doing these matches. They're not spot fest. They're not just let's go to the next thing, because you could see like physically. I'm watching WCW Nitro. Macho Man and Lex Luger are in the ring. This is right after War Games. Lex Luger accidentally hit Macho Man, and Macho Man took it personal. Macho Man gets in Lex Luger's face during Nitro, and he goes, "I don't like you," and there's only, all we need is a bell. And he goes, ding, ding, and the fans get crazy. And you can see Macho Man for a split second turn around and go, oh, I got him. The fans is tight. Like, the fans are hyped about this. So he takes his jacket off. He throws it as hard as he can on the ground. He throws as hard as he can on the ground. They get even louder. And he starts pushing. Then he pushes Lex Luger. And Lex Luger's standing there. And you can see Macho Man's like, I'm doing this because the crowd is reacting. And I'm feeding into the crowd more. And I'm giving them more because they're giving me stuff. And you can hear them like, I'm listening to the crowd. We're going to work off what the crowd wants. Now, no matter what the crowd's doing, they were just doing the spots. Because not for nothing, how many times do you see now during an event the you punch me, I punch you spot? You chop me, I chop you spot. They want the ooh ah ooh ah ooh ah. You never see, like, very rarely do you see that shit here. Like, they do things here for part of the show. Like, you have Hogan, who was like a god amongst men. He was bigger than the world. And his main thing was, can he body slam this guy? Can he body slam Earthquake? Can he body slam Tugboat? Can he body slam Andre the Giant? Can he body slam Zeus? And once he did it, it was like, oh, a simple body slam made the crowd go crazy. This is where wrestling happened for me, man. Think about that. There's people that their finishing move is an elbow drop, is a figure four, a leg drop, a splash. Like, simple moves, but they did it, and it seems like they do it better than anybody else in the world. The DDT, everybody does DDT, but ain't nobody do it like Jake the Snake Roberts. Ravishing Rick Rude was just a swinging, it was a neck breaker. Honky Tonk Man was a swinging neck breaker. These are the finishing moves for these guys. And when they hit it, they won the match. Unless you've wrestled Hogan or the Warrior, because, they had that second win in them. But even that was believable. That was like they hit the adrenaline rush. It was like, they dug deeper than they could have. This would made them a little different than everybody else. That's fucking dope. How many people had a Cobra Clutch? They just changed the name of it. 1 second. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that shit was dope. To be able to grow up in that era makes you appreciate wrestling more than you realize. Because don't get me wrong, there's plenty of wrestling that you can appreciate during all the eras of wrestling. Even the new generation, we still had Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon. He's Bret Hart, Owen Hart, British Bull. Like, we still had a tremendous amount of talent. Like I was telling DJ, it's just they were either wrapped up in the wrong presentation or they were ahead of their time. But Razor Ramon, stood the test of time with the hey yo. You know what I'm saying? Like Kevin Nash, like all these people were cool people. Then we go to the Attitude Era, which we have some of the most iconic wrestlers coming from the Attitude Era. Undertaker came from the early 1991. But he's most noticed for the Attitude Era. because that's where he broke out of that. He was the dead man, and he started making his own shit, and then you could see him being the top guy, right? He broke out in Attitude. We got Stone Cold, The Rock, DX, Nation Dominant. There's a lot of people for the Attitude Era. Arguably, I think the Ruthless Aggression era was better in terms. Well, not better in terms of story, but like we're getting back to like actual athletes and actual wrestling with the man that can't be named. Dean Malenko, Perry Saturn, Eddie Guerrero, the Cruiserweights, Shelton Benjamin, Brock Lesnar, Kurt Angle, Rob Van Dam. There's so many athletes that we get to see just doing phenomenal shit. And now that whole hardcore got turned up a little with the Hardy Boys and the Dudley Boys, Edge and Christian, Kane. There was so many people in each era that defined the eras. You got the PG era where it was dominated by Cena. We didn't have much competition in terms of other broadcasting. Randy Orton was the Macho Man to Cena's main guy. CM Punk came, tore the wrestling world upside down, and I think that the reason why he tore the wrestling world upside down is because it wasn't doing that with Cena. Like Cena was the guy for so long that they were begging for someone to step up and do something. CM Punk stepped up and did something back then. He stood out. He became different, and he showed that he was just as big, or he could be just as big as Cena was. People they fell for it. Like they knew him from ROH, so he had that independent crowd going. If you didn't know him from ROH, he was a fucking breath of fresh air when it came to battling Cena. Then The Rock came, kind of fucked all that shit up with The Rock wrestling Cena, trying to relive the Rock and Hogan Icon versus Icon match. You can't beat that. That's got to be one of the top matches of Mania. But then after that, you fast forward all the way to shit. That PG era was long. That PG era was fucking long, bro. Not for nothing. It was long. It almost felt like we didn't get out of that PG era until almost AEW. Because the Shield came, they changed up a little bit. Roman, Seth Rollins being a new guy. Then NXT came, so NXT was the new fresh wrestling, which NXT kind of almost felt like a rebirth of the 80s, where they took all the top guys from the independent circuit and they put it in NXT. And I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. I could be wrong, but this is what I believe. They turned around and said, "What do you want to do?" So the top guys in NXT with Finn Balor, Karrion Kross, Samoa Joe, Shinsuke Nakamura, Sami Zayn, Tyler Breeze was fucking phenomenal. Even then, Adam Cole, all these people there, Cesaro, they could wrestle. And that was what we were lacking on the main roster at the time was actual wrestling. We had stupid shit and a little bit of now we actually had wrestling in NXT. And their stories was something you can connect to. Their matches were phenomenal. So you can, I think you get that whole, what do you want to do? And then how does that make sense? I think that's there's three questions you need. What do you want to do? How does that make sense? And what if we did it this way? I think those are the three questions that you need to ask yourself every time you plan on doing something, because that could lead to some crazy shit. Because I'm pretty sure the bloodline wasn't thought up in a fucking hour. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what do you want to do, Roman? I want to be a bad guy. All right, what kind of bad guy you want to be? I want to be like the main boss character. All right, how do we get there? This. Then how does it grow? How does it just become? How does it go from you being just a dominant guy to now you extending this over 4 or 5 years? We got this. Okay, now we got the Usos in here. How do we get them to grow? All right, we're gonna start with this. What story? Like, this is I don't know. This is how I felt like the process went for when they made the idea of Roman teaming with Paul Heyman, building the bloodline, building the tribal chief, building the family, the fucking Infinity Wars and Endgame WrestleManias. This is what I feel like they're doing. And I don't see that much effort in anything else down there. I don't know if it's because Roman had Paul Heyman and they gave him the carte blanche to come up with whatever they felt was necessary to get this to go. Or if you know everyone else just like, you only get 1 week. Like, what do you want to do today? We can't, they don't ask those questions, after that. You get that good match today, but then it doesn't go nowhere. Like, a lot of the stuff AEW is like match to match. There's a story with what's going on, Hutch?
Yo, what up, Toe?
Chilling. I'm talking about the anthology of wrestling, bro. I'm at the bloodline era, but so like,
yeah, that was quick.
Well, listen, I sped through it because I wanted to tell these guys I'm fucking 1 year old, WrestleMania 4, and I can tell you what happened in WrestleMania 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The stories for all of them, and I'm like, where are the stories in these other WrestleManias? But right now, I got to the point where the questions you gotta ask when you think of is, what do you want to do? How does that make sense? And what happens if we do it this way? Because I think those are the questions that were asked to Roman when he teamed up with Paul Heyman. And AEW seem like they're going match to match. How can we make this match important? We do this. What can we do in this match to make this match unforgettable? Cool. Now what? I don't know. With Roman, at least, there's a fucking beginning, a middle, an end, and a part 2 that's already thought about before they set foot into the ring. Which, you gotta give me a second. I gotta turn my ribs, Hutch. I got potluck tomorrow, so we're gonna make a rib.
All right, go ahead. Turn your ribs. Told him I'll turn over them ribs.
All right, Hutch, you're here. Story time is over. Tell us why you always hated the fact that Ludwig was going out with Tiffany.
I mean, does that even have to be explained?
No, not really.
Fuck him.
Shit.
I mean, just look at Tiffany.
Word. I mean, Ludwig turned into a luchador and said, fuck it, I want all the Spanish nights. Yeah, Hutch, you had a little bit more time on this earth than me. You was watching wrestling in the 80s, right?
Of course.
Shit, what was your go-to? Were you a WCW guy, WWE guy, or what?
I tell you the truth, because they were really on different times, I used to watch both.
Yeah. I did the same shit.
You know what I'm saying? Not for nothing, I grew up, watching, Hogan, Macho, and then, the Ultimate Warrior and stuff like that. I actually watched some of the best villains in wrestling. I mean, the $1 Million Man. Everybody has a price.
He bought the title.
And that laugh is iconic.
Yeah, it is. It is. Shit, that was the one thing. $1 Million Man, he's the only one to do it. He bought the heavyweight championship.
And they made it own.
Yeah, he hired Andre the Giant to beat Hogan for the title. Then Andre just gave it to him, and that's when WrestleMania 4 happened. They had a tournament, but shit, I mean, who else can do that? $1 Million Man. Every other fake rich person in wrestling never compared to $1 Million Man.
No, I mean, but then you also had. I'm sorry, one of the. I know it's tough because I watched Heyman when he was Paulie Dangerously in WCW.
The Dangerous Alliance.
Right. But people forget because a lot of our audience will probably remember him as a commentator.
Yeah.
But as a heel manager, Bobby the Brain Heenan, a.k.a. the Weasel, oh my God.
The Heenan family?
Yeah, the Heenan family. The fact that this man can talk. If you think Paul Heyman can talk, people, you guys have to go way back in the archive and watch Bobby the Brain Heenan talk.
Yeah. And he spoke for a lot of people.
Oh, yes, he did.
This man spoke for Andre. He spoke for Mr. Perfect. He spoke for Haku. He spoke for Ravishing Rick Rude. He even spoke for Ric Flair. You know how talented you have to be to speak for Ric Flair?
Yes.
Shit.
Or Ravishing Rick Rude, because forget it. Ravishing Rick Rude was great in the ring and on the mic.
Yeah. He was also Mr. Perfect was also good on the mic.
Right.
There wasn't anybody that needed him, but he enhanced these people so much. Even Big John Studd.
Dude, if I saw Bobby the Brain Heenan, I mean, it took me till I got to my teenage years to appreciate him. Yeah. As a kid, I was like, yo, this motherfucker loves to talk shit.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, I to this day, I think the best commentating team is Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Yeah, Gorilla and Bobby, yeah.
And then like
may both of them rest in peace.
Yes, both rest in peace. Second to me was JR and Jerry the King Lawler, but a very close third is Tony Schiavone and Jesse the Body Ventura. You ever heard like WCW? You ever heard Jesse the Body Ventura? It's because it was like Bobby the Brain Heenan, Jesse the Body Ventura, and Tony Schiavone always like intertwined together. But Jesse the Body Ventura, he was another one where Bobby the Brain Heenan would tell jokes. He would actually give strategy.
Oh yeah,
and be like, "Yo, how stupid are these guys? I would put the biggest guy in there last. Like, why would you do this?" He would talk strategy during the match. And Jesse the Body Ventura was one of those people that would point shit out. He's like, "Wait a minute, what the fuck is this?"
Right.
That's why they were so mad at him, because he said when Damian Priest walked out of the cage, and he's like, "What kind of shit is that?" who's just gonna walk out the cage? He's like, that's how you win. He's like, no, you go over the cage. Why you just walk like that? You look like a punk, and not for nothing. And why not? Jesse the Body Ventura was there when they invented the cage match. Go over the goddamn cage.
Always.
Word.
You always go over the cage.
Because you have that brief moment where the opponent can get up and look at the door, and he could try to go through the door, and you just beat him.
That's it.
Come on, man.
Dude. But yeah, like I said, dude, I mean, and you know, WWE or correction, WWF at that time, as it was known, you know, was, you know, like at nighttime or whatever, and then WCW, like I used to the Saturday Night Power Hour,
Yeah,
you know, like, and that's when the first time you see Surfer Sting, you know what I'm saying? You actually saw Ricky the Dragon, because the first time I saw him was in WCW, not in WWF. You know, you get to see a young Steve Austin when he was called Stunning Steve Austin, had the blonde hair before he actually shaved it to go bald. Like since they were on different times, I can appreciate both.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Now, I will say this. WWF had the more entertaining characters. You know, because, I mean, later on in life, fuck Hogan, or the person known as,
Terry Bollea.
Terry Bollea. But growing up, I mean, who didn't hook up with Hulk Hogan?
Yeah.
Who didn't want to shake the ropes with the Ultimate Warrior?
Shit, Batista does that shit when he fucking.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, the spin that Seth Rollins does, it was what Ultimate Warrior did when he won the title at WrestleMania.
Right.
You know, like they influenced a lot of people, and that's like they were larger than life.
Dude, huge.
Yeah,
they were huge. I mean, like, and people forget that the reason why Hogan turning at Bash at the Beach was so huge was because for 20 years before that, you heard say your prayers, take your vitamins. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you see him turn, and people forget that on that night, Bobby the Brain Heenan goes, when Tony Schiavone goes, Hogan is here, and Bobby goes, yes, but whose side is he on? And you're like, a lot of people didn't catch it, but now you'll be like, yo, wow, that was such a little hint that it went over so many people's heads. Because at the moment, you're like, what the fuck does Bobby know?
That was Bobby though.
And when he does turn, you're like, Bobby goes, see, for 20 years I told you he wasn't a good human being, and there's my proof. You know,
but that was Bobby though. Yo, when Shawn Michaels turned on Marty Jannetty,
right?
He was like, "Oh, they're never gonna break up. They're the tag team. See, I told you, they're the best. They're best friends. They love each other." And then he super. Oh, I knew it. I knew he was gonna do that. And the gorilla's like, "Oh, would you stop? You didn't know nothing." He's like, "I knew it. I see in his eyes." You know what I'm saying? Like, that was Bobby. Bobby was the one that was gonna go against the grain no matter what. If Hogan didn't turn, he was like, I told you he was with WCW.
Right. Oh, man. I'm telling you, like, people forget how great Bobby was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he went from being one of the all-time great managers in WWF to being one of the all-time great commentators in WCW.
Yeah.
Because, while he did it in WWF, he still did his managerial role. You know what I'm saying? He didn't do a lot of that in WCW. In WWF, he did both.
Yeah.
But I still remember when fucking Andre the Giant fucking wrapped both his arms around Bob Uecker. Probably a lot of people don't know who the hell Bob Uecker is. But if you guys remember the Major League movies, the commentator that goes, just a bit outside.
Yeah.
That's Bob. Yeah, fucking awesome guy too. You know what I'm saying? People forget the fucking when he raps, when he just chokes him, and you're like, oh my god, like somebody stop Andre, but the guy was never in danger.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But he was an actor after becoming because he was originally a baseball player. People forget that. Turn actor, you know, so he played it up. You know what I'm saying? It's just so, like, some of the moments are so great. You know, I remember watching Mr. Fuji come out with Demolition.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You remember when he came out with the Orient Express?
Of course.
Shit. Yo, I was shocked. And I think everybody else was shocked to find out that Mr. Fuji was 6'1".
Yeah, I didn't know he was that tall. Bro, when I found out that he was that tall, I was like, what? What's up, number guy? Yes. Bunnies. Oh, so fine.
Oh, yeah. Wish all of them could be mine.
That's right.
Yeah, yo, dude, and you know, it made you think. How tall was everybody else?
Right.
Because if Mr. Fuji's 6'1", because now it's like Mr. Fuji's the same size as Chris Paul.
Dude, the Warlord made him look small. So I'm like, yo, how big I was actually the Warlord?
Word.
Him standing next to the Warlord, you're like, yo, Mr. Fuji must be like 5'3". Then you learn he's 6'1", and you're like, wait, I myself am only 5'8". So I'm like, yo, he was taller than me. But next to these fucking mountains of fucking red.
Yeah. Shit. And
yeah,
yo,
dude.
Yeah. And that was another thing. I was telling people the one thing that from you hear from the interviews and the shoot interviews and the podcasts and just people talking about whatever. Back in the day, they weren't concerned about being champion. They were concerned about making money. And a lot of these wrestlers, like, when they asked Sting, like, how'd you feel about Hogan coming to WCW? He was going to take your spotlight. He goes, yeah, but we got more opportunity to make a lot more money with Hogan here.
Right.
There wasn't no he's taking my spotlight on this. It was like, no, we got an opportunity to make a lot more money with Hulk Hogan here. And even Bobby the Brain Heenan was saying.
It sounds bad to say this, but back in the 80s, there were many guys who didn't want the title because it was a burden.
Yeah.
Roddy Piper will tell you straight out, yo, I didn't want the title because if I had the title, I had to act a certain way when I was out of the ring. If I didn't win the title, I can still be my heel self.
Yeah. Okay. And all the obligations and all that other shit.
Right. You know what I'm saying? He was like, I didn't want all that shit. He goes, fucking Hogan wanted all that shit. Fucking, he can have that shit. Flair wanted all that shit. He can have all that shit.
Because that at the end of the day, that's the reason why Eddie Guerrero was champion for X amount of time, and they gave it to JBL because it was like, yo, this is a lot. There's too much burden.
Bro, when you're champion, you have so many interviews that you have to do outside of the ring.
Yeah. And the Make-A-Wish foundations,
right?
All the obligations, the show face here and there. You're always on the road. It's a lot. They don't just hand you the title and you go home and everything's gravy. You're the front man of the organization.
No, like I remember when Lesnar was the champ, and you're like, yo, but Lesnar doesn't appear on TV, you know, and I'm like, yo, WWE made it like that because Lesnar was like, yo, I'm not this guy that's gonna show up every fucking day and deal with people. A lot of people forget. Everybody will say, oh, Lesnar hates people. Yes. I'm not going to say he doesn't, but there's a reason to why he hates people.
Yeah. And also, I'm pretty sure for someone like him, to do something like that feels so fake.
Yes.
Like, I'm going to come in here and answer your stupid ass question.
Right.
You know,
I mean, that was the beauty. Like back in the 80s, you had a heel that would go on an interview and then like get up and be like, yo, fuck, we wouldn't say fuck this interview. He'll be like, I don't need this, and like, kick a table over, and then just walk away.
Yeah, and every interview was about the guy they were wrestling or some bullshit. It was like, there was no, I'm gonna open up and when I was 12. It's like, no, the honky tonk man cost me my shit, and the honky tonk man, you better watch out if I come get you where you sleep and all that other shit. We might not make it to WrestleMania. And the interview was like, yeah, I just asked you what you have for lunch. He's like, I don't give a shit about what honky tonk man ate for lunch. He gonna have to throw that back up after I punch him in the gut.
Right. I mean, we're talking about all these people, and then people forget how Macho Man used to flip back and forth between being. Macho Man is the original Big Show.
Shit, he was who you needed him to be when you needed him to be it.
Right. like everybody. I remember the last couple of years the Big Show was in WWE. They'd be like, yo, 1 week he's a good guy, and the next week he's a bad guy, whatever. Macho Man was the same way.
Yeah.
Macho Man was like, yo, whoever you need me to be this week, just let me know.
You know what? The only difference between Macho Man's good guy and Macho Man's bad guy was who he associated with.
Yes.
It was the only difference.
He spoke the same.
He had
the same mannerisms.
He wore the same shit. He just was either with Miss Elizabeth as a good guy or with Sherry as a bad guy.
Right.
That was it. Keep it simple, stupid.
Right.
Oh, man.
I mean, people forget how great the Four Horsemen were in WCW in the 80s.
Yeah. This is another thing. The art of that being good guy, bad guy shit was, I would have to say, total perfection in the 80s, because you will never get another Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
No, that was he was a good guy from beginning to end.
He never wavered. And people like that, they say suck. Kurt Angle, they saying you suck. They wanted Rocky to die. A lot of these baby faces that come in, the quintessential baby faces, they hate them. And it has nothing to do with the fact that they're baby faces. I mean, it has something to do with that. But the thing with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat was he never seemed like he was fake. He was like, this is what I stand for, and no one's gonna stop me from standing for this. Even if I have to go through hell, I will. And you see the matches he had with Ravishing Rick Rude and Ric Flair and Macho Man and all these other people that he had those matches with, and he went to war and people respected him for it. That's how you become a quintessential babyface. That's why people are like, it's so much easier to be a heel, because you don't have to earn the right to be a heel. You just go up there and say, I hate Philadelphia, and now you're a heel. You want to be a good guy, you got to earn the right to be a good guy.
And then you got to do the right thing every time.
Yeah.
That's why in the 90s, Stone Cold was so big, because for many years, everybody was like, yo, you have to be either a good guy, you have to be a bad guy. And then here comes Stone Cold, and he's like, yo, he's not a bad guy, but he's not a good guy. He's the anti-hero. People forget in the comic books, an anti-hero doesn't make you a villain. It's just you're not the hero and you're not the bad guy.
You do what suits you best.
So it's just one of those things where you're like, wow, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Then you see the evolution of some of these guys that were in the 80s, who stuck it through the 90s and did a little bit things in the 2000s.
Yeah.
I saw the evolution of Stone Cold Steve Austin when he was stunning Steve. You know what I'm saying? And people forget that he was a very good wrestler. At stunning Steve, he was a little bit more. He did a little bit more top rope moves that people don't realize. When Austin was younger at Stunning Steve, he would climb the rope. One of the reasons why at Stone Cold he didn't do all that is because of the injuries he sustained. Where he had to change his wrestling style, which is where he became more of a brawler, than he was. But people forget when he tag teamed with Brian Pillman and became the Hollywood Blondes. You know?
Yeah. And
right. Dude, like, think about that. Think about it. They were doing this, and 20 years later, we had a team that came out with a guy with a camera. With the handheld camera.
Yeah.
Like they were visionaries. You know what I'm saying? You saw stuff and you're like, wow, that's new. I've never seen that. And then 10 years later, you see it and you're like, oh, but so and so used to do that. You know, it's crazy. But I know that I remember that. Yes, the 80s were a little bit more cartoonish. You had a lot more cartoon characters or whatever. But what people forget is that those cartoonish characters, to get them over into the babyface status, like, yo, you had to work.
Yeah, and they needed to be over the top cartoonish because they stood out. Like Macho Man, they asked him, like, yo, why you wear these things with all these colors? So that way you could pick me out of a crowd and I'd look different than anybody else.
Right.
Hogan was like, I'm wearing hot yellow and red. So that way I don't look like everyone else. Everybody else was wearing fucking black fucking Speedos or white Speedos. He was like, I'm wearing yellow because it looks like it don't look like everybody else.
Right. And then many years later, Austin was wearing all black. He was like, nah, I don't want to stand out. I just want to go in, beat some ass, and walk out.
To prove Eric Bischoff that I can wear black boots and black tights and still make it.
Right. Crazy. I mean, but just imagine how big somebody like Ravishing Ripper would have been if he had never gotten hurt.
Yeah. And did you see how he got hurt in Japan?
And it's funny because a lot of people blame Sting, and I'm like, no. The fact that they had a double layered ring, that's what hurt him.
Yeah.
Like him and Sting had done that spot before in WCW, ain't nothing happened.
Yeah.
So they thought the same. But what happened was when Sting did his dive and Rick landed, he literally landed on the edge of the first platform. And nobody really could have predicted that it was going to do that. And people forget how
medicine wasn't as advanced either back in those days.
Of course. I mean, looking back in the days, if you needed Tommy John surgery, your career was over.
Yeah, now people are getting Tommy John surgery so that way their arm is stronger.
Right.
It's crazy because they were saying, I remember, not to switch to sports, but I remember they were like, yo, they were trying to get these young kids to hurt themselves to get Tommy John surgery early in their career so that way their arm be stronger. Like, that's stupid, but you know what? If you want to do, you do it. The issue with the 80s was the fact that there was no pain management and there was a lot of people taking pain medication and self-medicating.
Alcohol and painkillers. Alcohol and painkillers.
This is where you get the good with the bad. It's like we get the good performances on TV, but they have the bad lives with the whole addiction to drugs and being on the road so damn long.
I'm not gonna lie, yes, there was also steroids and cocaine.
Yeah. A lot of steroids. The steroid scandal. Like, listen, you want to talk about Barry Bonds' head all you want, but when Hogan went from 350 pounds in WWF to 280 in WCW, that was overnight. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can tell the difference between Hogan in WCW and Hogan in WWF.
Yeah, you can tell the difference between Hogan and steroids in WWF and Hogan off the steroids in WCW.
Yeah, he never popped.
Neither did Barry Bonds.
Hey.
Neither did Scott Steiner.
That's true. Which, not for nothing. We talk about that shit too. Like, I'm watching a lot of videos back in the days in the 80s where the Steiner brothers were wrestling Dr. Death and
I was just about to mention Steiner brothers.
Like, yo, these fucking people were doing some, like, I didn't know Scott Steiner was the first person to do a 450 splash. He was the first person to do a 450 splash in wrestling.
He was the first American to do a Frankensteiner. That's why it's called a Frankensteiner.
Yeah. He did. He was very athletic, and he was just as big back in those days as he was in
right
late
before
WCW.
When he got Jack, you know, so everybody's like, yo. I'm like, yo, dude, the guy was not a small. Like, people forget. People always remember that, you know, Rick was the powerhouse of the group, and I'm like, did you guys not see?
Did you miss that with your one eye?
You know, the dude wasn't a small dude. It's not like he was a skinny little fucking thing.
He was a big dude.
Right, he was already big.
He even said it. He goes, yo, how did you get so much bigger when you was Big Papa Pump? He goes, I didn't. I just slimmed down. He became more vascular.
He got more cut.
Yeah.
He got more cut. That's as Big Papa Pump, he got more defined.
Yeah, that's where that second muscle came in. But yeah, you're right. He was big the entire time.
Of course. Dude, but the first time I ever saw him was he threw somebody to the rope and did that move, and I was like, whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah. And yo, dude, it's crazy how many people back in those days did moves now that people do on a regular, and they do it better back then than they do now. Like Wildman Mark Merrill, I'm watching him have a match with Brian Pillman, and Mark Merrill. Yeah.
Wow.
Brian Pillman's on the outside
before he became Johnny B. Bad.
Yeah, and he's a Brian Pillman's on the outside. Mark Merrill does a moonsault over the top rope, and it's like fluid. Yes. It's poetry. Now people are barely doing it, or they're trying to do a dive or whatever. And I'm just sitting like, yo, he just did this shit, no problem. Right. And remember, back in those days, people were fucking at minimum 280.
Oh yeah.
The smallest guy had to be about 250. And though that's not a small guy by any means, because nowadays people are like 140 and they can barely get over the top rope. You know.
But according to one of our channel mates, Krills, we're done with the 80s. In the 90s or whatever. Yeah. The guys nowadays are more athletic.
Listen, they may be, but the fact that NuKKle Scorpio exists.
Wow, yeah, dude. Such an underrated wrestler.
Yeah, man. NuKKle Scorpio was doing shit. All right. So LA Knight does that little jump from the middle rope to the top rope and the elbow drop. Yeah. NuKKle Scorpio used to do that by twisting. He used to be on the second rope, jump, turn around, land on the top rope, and then do a fucking reverse fucking leg drop, and with no problem. No problem. You can see LA Knight be stuttering sometimes when he be doing that little shit.
Bro, he was so I get it. A lot of people don't like, they watch the NuKKle Scorpio in the when he went to WWF or
Flash Funk.
As Flash Funk.
Yeah.
Bro, please watch him in ECW. Some of the craziest hits I've ever seen any human do was NuKKle Scorpio in the ECW.
Yeah. And this was before Rob Van Dam was there.
Yes, some of the craziest fucking spins and stuff like that. And you're like, how is that humanly possible?
Yeah. And he wasn't a small guy either.
No, he was like 260.
Yeah, he was not a small guy either. That's the thing. A lot of these small guys are doing these moves, and big guys are doing it also back in the day. But the thing was, like we always say here, it's the nuance. It's when you do them.
Right.
Like Ray, I don't care what anybody says. To me, Ray is one of the best luchadors, or the best luchador in history, not because of his high-flying moves. Is because of the way that he can make anybody feel like he can't beat them. But his heart is big enough to try.
By the way, what's up, Pootie?
Pootie's like 6'2". What the fuck you talking about? You're a small guy.
Don't bullshit me. He's like 6'4", not even 6'2". He's like 6'4".
See? Don't piss down my leg and tell me it's raining. Shit. And that's 6 a.m. for all you people that don't habla.
Yeah, somebody done watch the movie. Yeah, somebody done watch.
Yo, that was my favorite shit was, why don't y'all cross your legs and hold your nose and blow a fart, you'll clear your head. I was like, damn, okay, shit.
No, like DJ told you, bro. There's crazy one-liners in that movie, bro. It's so fucking awesome.
Yo, I didn't know
where you come from. Inventory, good. Go back to it. I was like, oh,
shit. Yo, when the dude was like, I chew up and spit out Marines. He goes, so what? You want me to bend you over and fuck you till you can't stand? He's like, that's what you're getting at, right? I was like, all right. Yeah. I feel him. But I tell you one thing, that whole movie, all I saw was Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. I was like, yo, is this where he got Wolverine from? Because this is pretty much almost like if you CGI'd Hugh Jackman's face on Clint Eastwood,
yeah,
it would have been a flawless fucking thing. All right, hold on, I gotta go flip my ribs again and add some sauce. Yeah, I got some sauce. Yo, have you ever heard of Stubbs? Stubbs barbecue sauce is the bottle with the.
No, I have not.
At the risk of not sounding racist, the bottle with the black guy.
Nah. Usually, when it comes to barbecue sauce, is Heinz or Baby Ray's and shit like that.
Because I don't know where the fuck I heard this shit from. Hold on, let me get a picture for you before I go flip my ribs. Cause I didn't know it was I just saw it was honey barbecue.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Pooty. Yeah, we're almost at 1,000 subs. Yeah, people. Come on, subscribe. Get us to 1,000.
This is the I bought this. I saw Sweet Honey and I was like, oh nice.
Yes, I've seen that. Yeah.
So I didn't know it said spice at the end because I saw yellow and I saw honey. I said beautiful. Then I look at it, I'm like, oh shit. So I make my sauce with the barbecue. So I make my own sauce and I taste it. And I'm like, oh, this isn't spicy, but it gives you that little tang at the end. Oh. It leaves a little impression at the end. I'm like, yes, okay, this is gonna be real barbecue. This is gonna be real barbecue ribs right here.
Yeah, barbecue.
Yeah.
Not barbecue.
Barbecue. Right, let me go flip my shit and put my sauce on there.
Go ahead. Yeah, but yeah, I guess Pooty, yeah, if you're here, bro. I mean, we used to remember when we used to fucking just chill out and watch, all the pay-per-views. All the pay-per-views. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I can't do that nowadays. I'm sorry. Those nowadays, the pay-per-views, one, really don't have a lot of meaning to them, and two, they're just too goddamn long. Everything's like a two-nighter. Everything's like a two-nighter now. It's ridiculous. But yeah, dude, let me see here. Nah, I ain't gonna do Mania, man. That Mania is like a 3-day thing. Nah, Mania is a 2-day thing. But yo, it's wild how the way they do it now. Dude, fucking seeing like me and Toe were talking about the Steiner brothers back in the 80s, Scott doing moves and he was like 260, whatever, doing, fucking the style Frankensteiner standing. Like he would throw the guy to the rope. Like I know nowadays you see a lot of people running and then doing the Huracanrana, whatever they want to call it now. But to me it's a Frankensteiner. But he would throw the guy to the rope, stand in the middle of the ring, jump up, do the Frankensteiner, and you'll be like, yo, my man, this man is a big, brolic motherfucker who's mad athletic. He was a monster, bro. And it's funny because everybody always thought that Rick was the powerhouse of the group, and I think both of them were both very strong guys. Yes, I do remember Brock. Believe it or not, Brock used to do the shooting star press in OVW and nail it. The only reason he missed Angle was because Angle was a little bit too far away. But for Brock Lesnar to be as big as he is, and if he would have pulled Angle a little bit closer to him, he nails that shooting star press and nobody laughs at him. Like that's athletic. How Brock that is how athletic Brock really is. Well, I mean, was because right now he's about my age. He ain't doing no shooting star press no more. Yeah, but dude, when it was OVW, him and Batista used to go at it. Like if you go on YouTube, there's a match between Batista and Brock, and they really go at it. But if you look for it might show up if you put Brock versus Batista OVW, but in OVW, Batista's name was I forgot what was his name. Leviathan. Leviathan was his name in OVW. So yeah, look it up, yo. It's actually it's two big motherfuckers going at it. But also at that time you had Cena was not the Prodigy, but the Protocol or something like that in OVW. Yeah, they had different names in OVW. I think the only one that kept the name was Brock. I think Brock was Brock Lesnar in OVW. But yeah, Batista was called Leviathan in OVW.
Shelton Benjamin.
Huh?
In OVW, you had Cena kept his name, Randy Orton, Shelton Benjamin, and Brock.
No, they used to call Cena the Prototype.
Yeah, but he was. Yeah.
Like, even though he kept his name as John Cena, but everybody referred to him as the Prototype.
Yeah, you're right. I know.
And then Batista was Leviathan.
Yeah,
Brock
who didn't change his name though? Show. And I swear to God, if I see Show on this fucking shit, oh shit, what's going on, Show?
Hey, Show, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Oh, I knew y'all was talking about me. That's why I showed up. Had to figure it out.
But
look at his face.
The one thing I wanted to wait for you to come back, because I know Pootie might be a little bit too young. Remember the first time you saw Doom attack the Steiner brothers?
Yes.
Like you were like, oh shit. You saw everybody knew they were black guys.
Yep.
But at that time, you always associated the masks with lucha libre wrestling. You really didn't associate it with American wrestling. So now you saw these two big brolic motherfuckers.
DJ's in the building now. You talk about Doom, we got Doom 1 and 2 now.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
The only thing Doom about Show is his face.
Well, dang.
Yeah.
Not my hair.
Yeah, look at his hairline.
Where?
Exactly.
Where?
I remember fucking. I remember watching Doom and like, yo, these are some big motherfuckers. Yeah. And then you realize one of them is Farouk. Ron Simmons, like, oh shit, one of these is Ron Simmons.
They had the saxophone music when they was coming out.
Teddy Long was with him.
Yeah, Teddy Long.
Yo, I was waiting for DJ to come because I want to know, DJ, why do you hate Teddy Long so much?
Because of the Undertaker.
That's a vicious rumor. I do not hate Teddy Long. A vicious rumor.
Right, that's the way to welcome a guy into the room.
Yeah.
Let's get straight to the bottom of it.
He just likes to make sure when you come in, he wants to make sure you're on your toes and you're ready.
That's right.
For the show. That's why
you always feel welcome here, but you now answer the question.
Right. Gossip out the way.
Don't come in here with no bull.
But to get to my point, when I saw like Doom, I also used to watch Spanish wrestling.
Yes.
And there was a tag team called the Hermanos Bronquio, and they looked like Doom. So when I first saw Doom, I'm like, yo, is that these motherfuckers? But But then I heard them talk. I'm like, yeah, that's definitely not them.
Word.
No,
Definitely not them.
no.
But I was like, seeing Doom attack them, and then they went from having like nobody come out with them to have, aka, may she rest in peace, woman come out with them.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And people forget, again, since we're gonna go 80s, whatever, how long woman was in the game.
Oh yeah.
And she had winning teams.
Oh yeah.
When she was on your team, you was gonna win.
Yeah.
So,
I was watching old school wrestlings, and I'm like, because in the 90s she was with
Taskmaster.
Well,
no, the Four Horsemen with
the Four Horsemen.
Yeah.
But when you go back in the 80s, you see shows with her and the Four Horsemen and Doom and Kevin Sullivan, aka the Taskmaster.
Shit, at one point she was with the Sandman in ECW, and
yeah, like yo, she's been in the game a long time.
Absolutely.
That's another thing people don't fucking understand. You see, nowadays everybody wants to fucking, they don't know shit and they want to tell you who the best is. Right? Like now, like the Sports Illustrated, Becky Lynch, the greatest women's wrestler of all time. This is where I question all time.
Right.
Like this is like me and DJ agree with this. The GOAT has the all-time part in there. That's when you have to really think.
Right.
Because now you're undermining all the other wrestlers that came before.
Bro, I'm not to go thing, but as a women American wrestlers, my all-time greatest will probably be Alundra Blaze, aka Medusa.
I mean, yeah, because one, she was wrestling at that time in the 90s, Bull Nakano, the Japanese strong style. We didn't see that.
I love Bull Nakano.
And even when she went to WCW, she was the cruiserweight champion. She was doing shit before China did it.
Right.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? And these women back in the day, I'm not saying women now aren't, but women back in the day were a lot tougher because they were wrestling the men.
Did you see the match between her and Sherry before Sherry started doing? Before Sherry when she was just a wrestler, before she became a manager in the LA.
Yeah.
Like, yo, some brutal fucking matches, bro.
Yo, dude, have you ever seen Sherry body slam the Ultimate Warrior?
Yes.
And I remember seeing it, and it was fucking fluid, bro.
Right.
It was not none of this. She barely got her up. No, she lifted him up and slammed it. It was like the Ultimate Warrior got slammed by Macho Man. He didn't get slammed by.
That's why Sherry was so respected in the men's locker room after she stopped wrestling and she was just a manager.
Right. Oh, if it wasn't for Moolah, like that's one thing I can't. Moolah messed up a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Wendy Richter, like that's another one that I thought like she should like it shouldn't be a question about Wendy Richter.
Like people should know who she is, and the fact that a lot of people don't know who she is fucked up, and probably this girl's
Beulah.
The
great fabulous Moolah.
Yeah.
It makes sense. That's the good and the bad. Like, if you know, but then they cover the shit up with a lot of bullshit.
Right.
But we was explaining the 80s, and I'm telling before everybody got here, I'm telling like I knew every story from WrestleMania 1 to WrestleMania 11, WrestleMania 12, and I could have told you straight out my head.
Right.
The only thing I can tell you about WrestleMania, I don't know what WrestleMania we're on now, but the only one I remember is the fucking Infinity War and Endgame. And I only remember those two matches, the two event matches. But I remember Bret Hart versus Owen Hart WrestleMania 10 vividly. I remember
what a match.
Yeah, I remember Crush and Shawn Michaels. I mean, Crush and Doink. Back in WrestleMania 9. I remember, Rick Martel and fucking Shawn Michaels at SummerSlam. I remember all these matches. I can't remember what the fuck happened yesterday with these wrestlers. And dude, it's amazing. Like we were speaking on, and I'll let you talk about this too, DJ. But we were speaking on Bobby the Brain Heenan being a manager, speaking for people who didn't need a voice,
right?
And like Paul Heyman is great, but you don't get Paul Heyman without Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Absolutely not. Paul Heyman will tell you that. And yeah, no, Bobby was brilliant. I mean, when you watch the documentary for the first Las Vegas WrestleMania, and he's like, I'm gonna come in on my animal backwards.
Yeah,
and confused about it. Whoa, what's going on? Like, he was already. It's like because he's like, okay, him trying to get in the building on the first Raw, like like that was a whole storyline. He was trying to dress up as different.
Such a fucking genius, bro.
Yes. And then for everybody, go back and watch the Rockers breaking up. And when they're holding hands, he's like, "See, this when you're friends and and then." Bam! Oh, I knew he's gonna do that.
See, that's the iconic line. I knew he's gonna do it. Oh, shut up! You didn't know nothing.
It's
Are you kidding me?
It's crazy because we touch on that because I said, remember when Hogan comes in and Bash at the beach, and Tony Schiavone's, it's Hogan, and all of a sudden on the side you hear Bobby goes, yes, but whose side is he on? And you hear Tony like, what do you mean whose side is he on? He's WCW, and then of course, Hogan drops the leg on Macho, and then you hear Bobby, see, I told you, I knew all the time.
For 20 years, I told you, hey, this man.
And even Tony Schiavone's like, oh, please, you didn't know nothing.
No, because I like some people were mad. Like, there's people that are mad that Bobby was saying. I was like, no, that's on character. He's been saying Hulk Hogan has been a bad guy since even WWF. Yeah. So that was on brand for him to be saying what side is he on when he came out.
I started watching. He's been saying that Hogan's a bad guy for 20 years.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is the ultimate combination of the storytelling.
Yo,
this is long-term storytelling.
I watched Nitro from the first episode. I'm like 6 episodes in. I've already watched the War Games that happened in between these episodes because I'm trying to watch it in order. And at this point, Ric Flair has a rivalry with Arn Anderson.
Okay.
They wrestled 3 times. They're about to wrestle in the cage. And every match, Bobby the Brain Heenan goes, you see, this is Hogan's fault. If Hogan didn't come over here and win the title and not give Ric Flair the title, he wouldn't be acting crazy. And Arn Anderson needs to realize that it's Hogan's fault. I don't know why they're wrestling each other. Hogan needs to come out here and explain why he's doing this to Ric Flair.
So wait, is this the rivalry? Because see, I remember when he was talking to Ric Flair was talking to Arn Anderson in the locker room. And then it was time for them to go out to the ring. Okay, come on, Double A. We're gonna go. Come on, Double A. Come on. And he's just walking down the hallway by himself. Come on, Double A.
Yeah.
Double A, come on. Wait, is that the same storyline?
Yeah.
Because I remember being at school just kind of laughing to myself. He was really desperate for Arn Anderson to keep following him. And Arn was nope. It's over.
Yeah, and then Hogan comes out, and this is the War Games that the Giant came and choked him out, and he had a neck brace on for a couple weeks.
Yep.
Hogan's like, there was a beef between Macho Man and Lex Luger, and the Giant came out and beat the shit out of everybody. And Hogan's like, I'm gonna come next week, and Bobby the Brain Heenan's like, why, you idiot? You should stay away from this Giant. He already incapacitated you once. Why would you come here with a half a neck? And then Jimmy Hardy's like, come on, baby, let's go back to the hotel. We don't need to be here. And Bobby the Brain Heenan's in the back like, that's the smartest shit I ever heard Jimmy Hardy say. You don't need to be here, Hogan. You should not come. And then he gets his ass. He's like, see, what did you come?
Bro, if you remember, after Hogan turns to NWO or whatever, Bobby goes, you see, I knew he was a bad guy, and he showed you a glimpse during his feud with the Faces of Fear, where he came out in all black.
Yeah.
Remember, he came out in all black, and everybody's there. Hogan, where's
There's the yellow.
No, where's your colors?
Yeah.
Yep.
But he came out of all black, and Heenan was talking shit about that and be like, yo, he was setting it up even back then.
Yep.
So
Nice.
that's the beautiful part of this shit.
Right.
Like, yeah, they may not have known who's the third man until Hogan said, I want to do it. But God damn it, someone laid down the foundation for it to be a possibility. And
there's a couple possible, you know,
Yeah.
it was going to be, they wanted Sting at first.
Yep.
And then so you had that storyline, and you had Hogan wearing black. So it's like, so whichever one wants to do it, we're ready.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
and we don't have that now. We have, in all honesty, this era, they call it, what they call it? The Ruthless Depression now era.
I saw that the other day when they called it, and I was like, God damn.
I think this era is most appropriate. Let's pull it out our ass. The story between this match, we're going to pull it out our ass. We're not going to invest.
Well, how about the spaghetti era?
Oh, if it sticks to the wall, it's
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's throw a whole bunch of the wall and see what sticks. Yeah, man.
Yeah. And let's get real glass era.
And when Batman, like when you watch the Flash and Bruce is explaining the multiverse, it's like this, and he just throws the spaghetti. See that? Like that's what the multiverse is. So same thing.
I always wondered, like, how the fuck did Bruce Wayne know about the multiverse?
It's Bruce Wayne, man.
I get it. I mean, when you're that rich, you know about everything.
And you took every class there is to take, and
right. Shit.
And then this guy's in my kitchen, and he just explained that to me. All right, yep. So what I thought was true. Watch this. So this is what it is.
Word. You proved my theory right, and I didn't even have the theory yet.
But not for nothing. And then I think one thing about like the 80s and the 90s is that they had guys that can pull it off.
Yeah. I wanted to get to that too, yeah.
But I also think that they knew that they had guys that can pull it off, but they gave them a little bit of rope. I think what started to happen, especially with Vince in WWF, was he didn't trust the guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Unless you were making him millions, you got to stick to this script.
Well, yeah.
And I think the reason why the Attitude Era worked so well within WWF is because he had to pull back the reins and stop putting people in boxes.
Well, also, the Attitude Era was actually the first ever cinematic era in wrestling. A lot of the stuff happened backstage.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And a lot of the stuff happened on sets. Like, the biggest things that happened backstage, The Rock throws the Intercontinental title over the bridge, then Austin throws The Rock over the bridge. Like, you knew that wasn't The Rock, but it's like, oh shit, he threw him over. Like, there was a lot of shit happening backstage of storytelling. And I think...
You remember when Kevin Nash used fucking Ray as a lawn dart?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Shit. That's another memory you
can't...
can.
The stories I ever heard is that somebody actually called like the cops.
Right. They were called the
WCW because they didn't realize that it was a wrestling show, and they thought that somebody was actually getting beat up when the NWO was out there. Like and like they literally had to explain. It's like, no, this is a show. It's a wrestling show.
It goes out permanent. We got this is a TV show.
You got Scott Hall and Kevin Nash there. Now, mind you, people forget Scott Hall was 6'9". Scott Hall was not a small dude.
No, he was not.
You know what I'm saying? No means. By no means
was he small. No.
You know what I'm saying? But since he's always next to Kevin Nash, you thought, well, like one of the things that we both said, DJ, was like, you didn't realize that Mr. Fuji was 6'1".
Right.
I was like, I remember him standing next to the Warlord, and he looked like a fucking dwarf.
But most of his tag teams, like he was, people were towering over him.
Yeah. You know? But even the Orient Express looked bigger than his ass.
Shit. You know, but it's like, but you're right. You know, like in the 90s during the wars, whatever, you literally had people going behind.
Yeah, and also the one rule that was constant, I guess, until this generation after the millennial. I hate the fact that I have to be in a millennial. I don't think I am. You know, what is it? Generation Y? Is it Generation Y? That's next after the millennials?
Yes, after the millennials.
All right, so the rule from the beginning of time to the end of the millennials was if you can't do it, you're not gonna do it. Right? Like if you can't play basketball, you're not playing basketball on my team. If you can't rap, you're not making music. You know, like if you can't wrestle, you ain't on the show. Then Generation Y is everybody. You get a trophy. So now there's a bunch of people that can't do it, and people love them for it.
Ready Player One.
Yeah, like
and a lot of things.
Yo, let's not get it twisted. There's a lot of people that step in that ring that have agility and they're able to perform moves. Mm-hmm. Now, wrestling is a different beast than being able to roll and do a move.
Wrestling is storytelling.
And yeah, it is, because not from, like we mentioned this last week. If I want to punch you in the face that many times, you're not staying still. You're getting knocked out, real life. And you have to make me believe that this fight is real.
Right.
And I don't know about you, DJ, but only about 2 times in my life have I ever seen a fight where somebody went over a guardrail, spun around and stunned somebody, and then nipped up and super kicked him before he hit the ground. I only saw that happen in real life twice. And I'm bullshitting you because those 2 times was in my head, you know, of how I would fuck this guy up. Like, because in reality, why are you spinning? Why are you rolling on the floor? What the fuck? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, these wrestlers are fucking the air up more than they're fucking up their opponent.
I can't stand it.
You know, and that was the thing. Like, yo, that's why the best wrestlers were the ones doing this stuff. You couldn't wrestle, you ain't here. Look at the show.
Right.
Look, yeah, get the fuck out of here, show. Nah, but yeah, you know, and now everybody got a participation trophy.
Now everybody thinks they can be a wrestler.
So many things.
Everybody,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Everybody thinks they can be a wrestler, and people think they can be a boxer.
Yeah.
Paul brothers.
No, yeah, but no. All right, here you go. Don't disrespect. You want to impress me, Dominic? Be a babyface. Because literally, they told the world Dominic was a bad guy, and everybody's booing him because they told him that. We're in the world. You tell me what to do, and I'll do it. No one wants to work, but everybody wants to do what you tell them to do because no one has their own mindset now. So people are telling you that Dominic is a bad guy, and boo him. And because he can't control the crowd controls him, and it's fun now. Be a babyface. Then you'll impress me. Because it's harder to be a babyface than a heel. Because like I was telling Hutch, like Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, you earn that level of being a babyface.
Man.
Yeah, no point that I ever think he would be a heel.
No.
No point.
No.
I thought he was a babyface.
All right, show. Hold up. We're gonna do this practice. All right. I need you to work with me. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. I'm gonna say a sentence and I need you to reply. I need you to repeat the sentence. You ready? All right. I want ice cream.
I want ice cream.
You know how to listen. Start doing that. Now. Because I swear to God, I don't know what the fuck you was doing before you opened your mouth, but it wasn't listening to the conversation.
I heard what you said. You said impress me by turning babyface.
But you didn't listen to Jimmy. I was talking, first off, that was about Dominic Mysterio. We're talking about Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
You switched the subject already?
It's the same subject. I'm talking about a different person.
Okay, well, I was talking about Dominic Mysterio. I thought he was a babyface.
No, Dominic Mysterio is a heel, and I'm comparing the lifelong babyface, which is Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, to the quintessential babyface that you have to earn that right. The Rock tried it with Rocky Maivia. It failed.
Right.
Kurt Angle
Man,
tried
they
it.
they
It
hate
failed.
him.
Yeah, like at one point Hogan
be
was
white meat.
failing.
You can't
Yeah.
be white meat babyface anymore.
Yeah.
Doesn't-
Hogan was failing with the baby face. Roman Reigns failed with that shit. John Cena failed with that shit instantly. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to earn that shit. There's
Yes,
only
people not to cut you off. People
Okay.
forget that when Cena came in, he was ruthless aggression.
Rapping Kurt Angle.
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah,
and
you know, you're absolutely right. You have to earn the right to be a babyface.
and now the reason why the anti-heroes are considered faces now because no one can really be a baby face.
Right.
Because now the definition of a baby face is stupid. You're literally stupid. Look at Jay. He's trying to be a baby face. He's getting his ass whooped every week
Right.
because he's helping people, and he's just throwing out. He's getting his ass kicked right before his title match.
Yeah. He put him to the announce table the
Yeah.
night before his title match.
Yeah, like what? And you know, and that hurts Jay
Yes.
because people see that and like, how stupid are you? And they take it personally. They think this is real life, and then they get mad. Somebody said I will never be able to write a story for WWE because I said that he should win the tournament and become a fucking underling to Roman and let him win by himself. And they sound like that's the dumbest thing in the world. Meanwhile, they're probably a John Cena fan or they fucking root for Logan
Man.
Paul.
Look, a lot of us here agree that the one that should have been Roman was Jay,
Yeah.
not Cody.
Yo, dude. Go ahead, DJ.
I love, like you said, like the person that says that, right? Like these people, oh, Jay, I didn't like Jay, doesn't like this, all against Jay now. And then they'll bring up somebody like, and then they dropped the ball with Andrade. And it's just like, dude, Andrade got well, how many more chances do you want to give? He does not connect. He doesn't have he only has a few people that likes him. That's the problem.
In all honesty, yeah. How many times Andrade in NXT he worked because NXT was the indies of the WWE.
Smaller, yes.
Yeah. And then he came to the main roster and he said, "Look, I'm mild sauce."
Right.
He left, he came back and said, "I'm mild sauce with a mask."
Right.
He left and came back and said, "Now my mild sauce has a mask and a jacket." Nothing changed.
Nope.
Even Rusev, he came back exactly as Rusev.
Yeah.
We was excited for him to come back as Miro, and he came back as Rusev.
Yes. I was so disappointed when they introduced him as Rusev. I'm like, no, I need Miro.
And it's like, yo, but how many times? Because I agree. You let this man wrestle, we're gonna enjoy wrestling, but there's more to wrestling than just putting on good matches.
Right.
Like I was so upset. So upset when they bring out Zack Ryder, not Matt Cardona.
Yeah. Well, what Zack Ryder did say in the interview that if they ever call him back, he always every year he makes custom Zack Ryder gear to come back to WWE.
And sometimes that it's their choice to want to do that. Like, so for example, I'll never forget Medusa being on she was on the other podcast, the one everybody listens to, and then the guy was mad, like, how come they called you Alundra Blaze? She's like, time out, I want it to be Alundra Blaze, I didn't want to be Medusa. Like she's like, Vince was actually wanting me to be Medusa. She's like, nah, I want to do this other character named Alundra Blaze and I want to try it. So not everything, like everybody, like not everything goes that way. Sometimes that wrestler wanted to try something, so relax.
Yeah, but I mean, let's face it, Miro's character, he may be called Rusev, but Miro's character was more intriguing than Rusev is right now.
Yes,
man,
I don't know what Rusev is,
especially now. Like it's like, so again, like it's just a big dude fighting right now, and it's just like, okay, we got a bunch of big dudes fighting, you need to set yourself apart. When you had when you had Homeboy come out and sing the song right before you came out, it's Rusev Day.
Man.
You got it. Like, boom, something different. This is fun.
Word. And that's the biggest part of the show is giving us something that's fun because like Dolph Ziggler came out, he had his match with Solo, and you can act show. He came out, I was like, oh, it's Dolph Ziggler. For me, it would have been a bigger pop if I don't see Dolph Ziggler on Busted Open. He's not in TNA, and it's just like, okay, one, this tournament did not make me feel like this was a John Cena nostalgia tour. This was supposed to be something that the new people came. Remember, he had this whole...
Breathe.
John Cena is, I swear to God, John Cena has to be the Triple H of talking, where he's just a walking contradiction. He fucking comes out and goes, I'm never going to turn heel. Then he turns heel, and he fucking ruins that. Then he goes, well, let's keep this to have fun. That's not fucking fun. You just, the heel character, whatever. And then he goes, we're going to have this tournament where new guys come from every brand, and already we got people from your old life.
Right.
The only thing people want is Edge or Jericho to wrestle you.
Right.
And it pisses me off because why does one thing come out your mouth and then the other thing happen? It's like Sting going, this isn't WCW versus WWE. This is me trying to stop the fucking people power motherfuckers, the best for business people, from ruining WWE the same way NWO ruined WCW. What happened at WrestleMania? It was fucking WWE versus WCW.
DX versus NWO.
Yeah.
Which you could have said that and we would have still bought
We
tickets.
would've been hyped.
Yeah.
Like,
We still would have gone to see it. Like that.
like, fuck, like you literally lying in a face. And that's why I'm like, yo, if you would have turned around and be like, yo, anyone in any organization or anybody could step up and try to get a match with me, I would have been like, okay, bullshit. But at least now it's in the atmosphere.
Right.
So when Dolph Ziggler comes like, oh, Dolph Ziggler stepped up to the challenge. Where the fuck is he in TNA? I mean, where the fuck is he in NXT? And then Javon Evans wrestles, and all the people that have been listening since the beginning. I fucking told you to talk about the 80s, but I know DJ was gonna pull it out of me to talk about the current wrestling. So here you go, fucking DJ. I hope you're happy.
Ray, I need you back, so I don't.
Javon Evans has a match with Gunther, and I'm sitting there going, this is too much. Javon Evans is doing too much shit to Gunther. He's doing too much. I felt like he was doing too much. Yeah. Too much offense. Too much. I'm holding on because I've seen better people get beat for less. And I don't know. Side quest here. I heard a story. The Miz, I forgot who he was talking to, but he was talking about his first match with John Cena, where John Cena was doing a movie, and for like 5-6 weeks, the Miz would come out and challenge John Cena, and John Cena wouldn't show. He's like, I'm undefeated against John Cena. Then he had the match with John Cena, and he goes up to John Cena before the match, and he goes, this is my idea. This is what I want to do. And John Cena goes, no, we're not doing none of that. And it was a squash match. And the Miz was like, he felt so fucking bad afterward. He was so hyped, like, I'm finally getting a chance to do something, and now I can show what I can do, and they squashed me. And Arn Anderson pulled them aside and said, listen, you haven't been through the wars to have that type of match with John Cena. And he goes, that motivated him, and the next year he main evented WrestleMania. Now, everybody's having that match with John Cena. Not a lot of people watch NXT in the terms of they know Javon Evans like that he had those matches with Obafemi. But you have a match with Gunther who legitimately was the best current Intercontinental champion and a very dominant world champion.
Right.
And you do that with him? He's not Bret Hart. Gunther's not Bret Hart. Bret Hart can have that match with Javon Evans, not Gunther. You know what I'm saying? That should have been Javon Evans puts on one good Fury and then gets fucked up.
Yes.
But that looked like it was Jeff Hardy versus Undertaker.
Especially when you months ago.
I gotta flip my ribs.
Especially 1 month ago, you had Gunther just
beat Goldberg.
No, but you fucking versus Jay, you had him. He was snuffing Jay left and right.
Well, Gunther, for a minute there, you could argue was the number one wrestler in the world.
Of course.
Yeah. So to just go with the point here, and then you have, basically for all intents and purposes, a rookie come up and have this knockdown, drag out fight. Like, come, this ain't AEW. All right, no, you come back in a couple years and you get to have that match with Gunther like that.
Right.
Before I step away,
this should have been Wrestling Challenge. Yeah, this should have been Saturday Morning Wrestling Challenge. Like you said, you get your signature in.
Right.
And then Gunther blocks your finisher, and then he goes to town.
Yeah, dude. Like I said, right before he was Jay beat him and he was out of wrestling, he was fucking up Jay left and right. And this is supposed to be main event Jay Uso. You know what I'm saying? Where he had matches where the Gunther dominated him, and Jay had maybe a flurry of offensive moves here and there. But meanwhile, this kid, you have him do. Like Toe said, was like Hardy versus the Undertaker. You're like, come on now. That should have been a squash match.
Before I step away, don't you think that gives credibility to Uber Femi? Like if you squash the little kid, then you saying Uber Femi Uber Femi. Depending on what kind of match he had with Uber, because if Uber did a good match with him, then you saying Uber is worse than, is not on the same level.
The thing is that him and Uber had multiple matches. You're gonna have this guy I come out of nowhere from NXT. You know what I'm saying? And I'll give you he might surprise Gunther here and there, but to have the offensive moves that he had, you're like, bro, Jay couldn't do that, but this guy, you're letting this guy do that? Think about our show, Jay, the guy who actually wore the heavyweight belt.
The guy that tapped him out with a choke slam? I mean, the guy that choked him out for the first time?
The guy who beat Gunther.
For the first time, made him tap?
Bro, listen how crazy it is, right? You literally had to bring Jay's older brother from SmackDown to smack, Gunther, trying to defend his brother because his brother has been getting beat up the last 2 Mondays by Gunther. So you bring his bigger brother to defend his little brother.
By a couple minutes.
You know what I'm saying? But then this guy comes in and literally goes toe-to-toe with Gunther. And Gunther doesn't look as dominant as he has the last 2 years. Come on now. I know you want to say that maybe it doesn't make Obo look good. It doesn't make Jay look good. And Jay's on the main roster. Jay right now is in your main storyline. You know what I'm saying? You got to think about it like that.
You made me think about something else, but I don't think it's going to equal. I wonder if William Regal was at the level of this kid when he faced Goldberg.
Now, William Regal was a veteran.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's I didn't want to sound stupid.
Yeah, no, Regal was already training wrestlers in the back. Mm-hmm. And Goldberg, they literally told William, you got to let him beat you in 3 minutes. And William's like, no.
But so also the story with that one is they gave no plan to Goldberg or William Regal. So William Regal's like, what am I doing? And no one told anything to William Regal. And William was like, well, we gotta go 6 minutes. Right. So he's sitting there and he's like, bro, do something. And he's like, I had to hit him. And the harder I hit him, I thought he was gonna hit me back, and he never did nothing. And it just looks like I fucked him up. because this guy didn't do nothing. When I'm trying to get him to react to me, we had 6 minutes, bro. I had to stretch 6 minutes out of something.
Right.
That's how I know William is lying, because I heard another story. I heard the writer told him have a competitive match with Goldberg, and that's what he was trying to do. But Goldberg didn't know how to do his job.
The beginning of my story is that the 6 minute part that's the longest match that Goldberg would have had at the time.
Right.
So yeah, I mean you can't have a squash match in 6 minutes.
How long was his first match with Hugh Morris? Because I thought that went about 6 minutes.
No, I think that one went about 2-3 minutes because that match Hugh Morris did something. He just hit him with a big move and then fought him. He had a couple of long matches with Hugh Morris, but I don't think it was that long.
Well, no, because I remember his debut match. He came out, you know what I'm saying, and Hugh Morris did a couple of moves or whatever, and then he hit him with the No Laughing Matter, which, by the way, it's just a moonsault, but the fact that he named it the No Laughing Matter is fucking awesome. You know what I'm saying? He hits him with
his
that.
name is Hugh Morris.
Yeah.
Humorous.
Yeah, and he used to laugh.
Yeah.
So
and had the rubber bands on his, on his beard. Yeah.
He hits him with the moonsault and then does something that I've never seen Hugh Morris do, is he gets up from hitting the moonsault and starts talking shit. Then Goldberg pops up, spears him, jackknife, gives him with the jackknife, and it's over. Maybe could have been like, well, you're right, probably it was 4 or 5 minutes.
You know, I watched Devon Dudley on YouTube.
Yeah, this podcast is pretty good.
And he did a ranking of which finishers hurt the most. And the two that I was like, I knew that hurt. I knew it did. Like, so on the top tier, I can't remember all of them he put on the top tier, but the frog splash and the spear, he's like, those two hurt. They both hurt. He's like, so going with the frog splash, remember he took it a bunch of times from RVD. He's like, so imagine RVD, yeah, he weighs about 225, but 225 coming from way up in the air.
Yeah, bro.
And then the amount of torque when you do your body like that for the frog part, and then right on your sternum or your stomach, and so he drives the air out of both of you when he lands it. And then the spear, he's like, okay. So he's like, just imagine a 250, 275 pound man. You've been wrestling for 10, 20 minutes, and then a 250 pound man runs as fast as he can, and then puts his shoulder, like with all the force, and puts his shoulder into your stomach.
Shit,
boy. He's like, so
show speed.
So there you have it. Yeah. He's like, so there you have it.
I was just going to say, because Devon would know, because ECW, Rhino with the gore.
Right.
And
he named Rhino.
With the five-star frog splash. And at least my thing with, like, I love Eddie's frog splash or whatever, but like Rob used to sell that shit because he used to come down and then flip over and then grab his stomach and then be like, oh shit, let me go cover him. You know what I'm saying?
It looked like it hurt him too, which makes sense.
Which in essence it actually does.
Yeah.
Makes
sense. I did some fact checking.
Okay.
The Hugh Morris and Goldberg match lasted about a minute.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
And than that.
And William Regal and Goldberg lasted 5 minutes, but they were directed to have a competitive 6 minute match.
Now see,
that's
going with our point that we were started with, where we're talking about storytelling, right? So you felt like it was more than a minute, but that's because, like, so I think because in my opinion, Hugh Morris is an underrated wrestler, and so he was able to tell that story, and he kept your attention to get that story across for just a minute, but you thought it was even longer because it had your attention. And then here you go, and then Goldberg makes the comeback, does his moves, and wins.
Yep.
So that kind of goes with what we were talking about. Like, see, it wasn't just a match that just went over your head. You remembered that, and you thought it was probably about 5-6 minutes, and it was one. Yep. That's
the crazy shit. It's more now about spots and moments and who interferes and is like, in all honesty, the last match I could sit here and actually tell you I remember. And I know people be like, but what about the triple threat match with the women in WrestleMania? The one match I can legit tell you I remember is Jay and Roman Hell in the Cell I Quit match.
Man, it was an emotional match.
The women having good matches, to me, it's memorable. But now that they're having good matches back to back, and it's almost like a new thing for these women to have enough time to put on these mega matches. I'm not saying that they had bad matches before, but they didn't have this much time back in the day.
The time. Yeah.
No disrespect, but like some of the women matches, you're like, bro, like we said, there was a couple of pay-per-views where the best match on the pay-per-view were the women matches.
Yeah,
man.
And then sometimes they look rusty as fuck. So
that's thank you. Well, all right, since DJ just brought her up, can you clarify for me, how does Nikki Bella get a title shot after losing? Because her last match before the whole shit where she's best friends with Stephanie McCoy was her losing to Becky Lynch for the Intercontinental title.
Because she turned on Stephanie McCoy.
And that's the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life, bro.
All you gotta do is turn on somebody.
But the thing is, it's not even like this shit was they were best friends forever. This literally was 3 weeks. It was 3 weeks of them getting to know each other. And now they're blood enemies. I literally just spent 15 minutes describing the mega powers exploding over a year's worth of storytelling.
Yes.
For Macho Man and Hulk Hogan. And you give me 2 weeks and you expect me to fucking be invested. I'm sorry.
Yes. By the way, not for nothing. In my heart, I was like, yo, Nikki's gonna turn on her.
Dude, I said it. I don't know if show caught it, but when we was watching Raw and first off, I said, what the fuck is Nikki Bella doing here? Then I said, look at her face. She's only here because she wants the spotlight. I know, like I turned to Bobby the Brain Heenan. I know what the fuck her goal is. She's not here for fucking Stephanie. She wants the spotlight. Look at the way she's looking at Stephanie. She's gonna screw over. Boom, she screws over.
I heard you say that.
I think this would have been better for a old school Survivor Series match.
Yeah,
not a title match. So you go get your 3 girls. I'm gonna go get my 3 girls, and then we're gonna have a old school Survivor Series match, and then let them be like the last couple. The last 2 left, and then Stephanie gets her revenge. Like, and then 1, 2, 3, that rivalry's over. You don't get a title shot.
That and we're gonna do the same exact shit, but for a little bit longer with Alexa Bliss and Charlotte. Because I don't know how all of a sudden they've been champions for what 3 weeks now, and 3-4 weeks now, and they're best friends. You're my best friend, and I want you in the War Games match. I can't live without you.
Bro, believe it or not, I'm looking at that and I'm like, yo, looks like 2 teams of girlfriends.
Yeah. Like
you see how EO is hugging on Rhea.
Dude,
and then,
I said in the group chat, they need to fuck already. Like, stop teasing us. Stop fucking.
Stop.
Send me the tape.
Word.
And then you see how Charlotte is treating Alexa, and you're like, yo, are you guys tag team partners or are you guys partners? You know what I'm saying?
Well, and maybe they are overdoing that for a reason. Like maybe something comes across in the match.
Foreshadow, yeah.
Dude, almost this is gonna be the 3rd time they teamed together in a War Games match, EO and Rhea, right? Because I remember last year they were teaming together, and there was pictures of Rhea holding EO like a baby. And that's when the whole speculation started. And it's like, there's pictures. They wrestle each other, and now they're in each other's arms. Now, I don't know about you. I know some girls that are thick as thieves, but it don't look like they go shopping at Spencer's together, if you know what I'm saying.
The way she be pinning them, too.
Well, I mean, yeah. That's fine.
I mean, her name, her finish is called Rip Tide. I mean, she ripped or something.
Word, right? Yeah. But show, who was your favorite wrestler back in the day? Because I know you didn't watch wrestling in the 80s, right?
Maybe towards the late 80s. I might have been 4 when I was 89.
Okay.
So that's when I started comprehending stuff at 5. So I'm gonna say no.
I don't think you stop lying. You're not comprehending stuff now.
You're right.
But if you had to get like who was your guy back in the earliest that you can remember? Who was your guy?
Ric Flair, always since day one.
Yeah,
everything, funny, style, wrestling, everything. He was everything, bro. He was pure. He was wrestling perfection to me.
You know. So I brought up Ric Flair early because I was saying how back in the day, through the podcast and everything I've heard from most of these wrestlers, it was more about who can I make the most money with than me being champion. Right.
Yep.
So it's like nuance. So when you have that thing, it's like who's really better? Because you compare the closest title runs I can compare shit to is Jinder Mahal and JBL. They're both champions, but does that make them better than Rick Rude or Roddy Piper or Jake the Snake, who's never champions?
Especially Piper, who literally came out and said, "I don't want the belt."
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so how do we judge how good they are, right? It's basically what they do.
That's like, Trent Dilfer has more Super Bowl rings than Dan Marino. So
facts.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Not lying.
And there's nobody in their right mind is going to tell you that Trent Dilfer is better than Dan Marino. So, so there you go.
Yeah. So, and that was the thing with the 80s. It's like Hogan was champion, yes, but everybody on that fucking card was amazing because they even said it. Hogan brought people to watch the show, and the rest of the people made you fucking stay to watch it.
True.
You know.
Like I told I'm fucking big $1 Million Man fan.
Yeah.
Everybody's got
dude, that cash line, bro. To this day, everybody has a price. And then we're talking about how he paid Andre to beat Hogan, and Andre just hands him the belt.
He paid for the championship,
right?
For the title,
and then because he made his own belt.
Right. I'm making my own
belt. Yeah, and
I don't need you to verify me. I'm gonna verify myself. Here's my belt, the $1 million belt.
Not for nothing. In reality, back in the days, the heels actually did stuff. Like, because every heel was important, right? So, like, we spoke about Honky Tonk Man. Yeah. He's a heel, but he was the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of all time until recently. But he was the guy who kept that division where it was. The $1 Million Man. He was the only rich person that actually who influenced the game with his money, but he was always the guy chasing Hogan. Mr. Perfect, he was the next guy that did the Intercontinental Championship with after Honky Tonk Man, because he was the guy who was vetting the new champion.
He won the tournament, right? After Warrior won the title.
Yeah, and Sergeant Slaughter. This motherfucker turned to the Middle East and became world champion. Like, he looked like he was unstoppable. Like, not for nothing, he looked like he was unstoppable when he was champion.
I mean, when you got a
Macho
like
King,
that.
Yeah, like Macho King. All of these bad guys had a run at the world champion, and they put the world champion on his toes, and he had to defend it. Look at the heels now. Dominic ain't putting nobody on, and I told this to show. He should have got squashed when he wrestled John Cena.
Absolutely.
Like, what heel is
especially
big enough?
In Boston.
Yeah, that's true. What heel is big enough right now to go after the World Heavyweight Championship and the WWE Championship besides Roman?
Walt
and Gunther, and that's it.
That's it. But Gunther hasn't been on TV for how long?
Months.
And he doesn't need to be like that's because we know.
Just think about it. He goes another story for you, show.
Brock Lesnar too. My bad.
So Nikki Bella loses the Intercontinental title, and now she's world champion. She's number one contender for the world championship. Seth Rollins just got his ass kicked with his wife by CM Punk and AJ Lee, and now he's been fighting for the world title. He's the main guy. I've never seen a bunch of people get their ass kicked into fucking success.
No.
If that's the way life worked, I would have been the most successful fucking guy in the world with the way life likes to kick my ass.
Yeah, and not for nothing, Maxine Dupree.
Yeah. Listen, to be honest with you, I think Maxine Dupree deserved being Intercontinental champion for the fact that she's, in my opinion, can be on the same level as Chelsea Green as making that title interesting. I think her and Chelsea Green are a good match for those titles, especially if you're not going to give a shit about those titles. Because, I mean,
the U.S. and the Intercontinental.
Because, to be honest with you, I would have had Ivy Niles, the Intercontinental champion. Because she could fucking go, and she looks like she's dominant enough to beat everybody. But if you're gonna put it on somebody who's just gonna be on TV and good enough to look at, and she can do stuff with the time you give her, why not Maxine and Chelsea Green? Because Julia would do the most if you put her in the ring.
Right. Again, they think that we need this fiery speech from everybody, and we don't.
Yeah, we don't.
Okay, she can go up there and speak her own language, and we wouldn't care. That's what they're not getting.
Yeah.
Like, no, just put her in the ring. We don't care what she like. She doesn't need to talk. There's some wrestlers that do.
Yeah.
Like, there are some wrestlers that I need her. Give her a microphone before she gets in the ring.
The biggest example of that was Goldberg. We didn't need him to talk.
Word.
Came out.
Who's
he
next?
fucked somebody.
That's all.
He came out. He fucked somebody up and left.
He asked who's next too.
Brock
and just said who's next. That's all he.
Brock Lesnar didn't even say who's next. He just pops up and fucks people up out of nowhere.
Right.
Like, in all honesty, yes, Paul Heyman can talk for anybody. Brock Lesnar is the guy that just his presence alone does all the talking.
Absolutely.
We can go back to Bull Nakano.
Yeah.
Nobody in WWE I've heard a promo from Bull
Not
Nakano.
a fucking word.
We didn't need one.
Well, that's because Sonny Ono,
we didn't need one.
Sonny Ono spoke everything. You're like, shut up, Sonny.
Right. Yeah, we didn't need it. As soon as she came down the aisle, I'm sitting down.
Yeah.
Give me my popcorn because this is gonna be.
Because you know somebody about to get their ass whooped. Be like, oh shit, hold on.
Yeah, because that's what it was. You made the main event and maybe a world championship or a feud more popular by talking. Because there's nothing more than, I'm going to fuck you up. No, I'm going to fuck you up. And it's like, yeah, they're going to fuck each other up. And then the match happens, they fuck each other up. Now it's like, I don't like you, Ramsey. And it's like, wait a minute, Undertaker. Why do you have this voice on? So that references for Suburban Commando show. It's a Hulk Hogan movie where he's in the Galactic Bounty Hunter. And he had some, and Undertaker was one of the bounty hunters chasing him. And he finally fucking speaks in the movie. He goes, I'm going to get you, Ramsey. And he goes, no wonder you guys don't never speak. So that's that's the match now. That is legitimately the match of the grudge match. I'm going to get you. Don't say that to me. I'm going to get you. And I'm going to hurt you. And I'm like, yeah.
I mean, well, the YouTuber comes out there, like you said, and he might as well say, make sure you subscribe and hit the like button when he comes out, because that's what he still sounds like to me when he's doing his promo.
Word.
The punch he threw to CM Punk, I was like, yo, bro. That punch did not look. I looked at it, I was like, yo, bro, you could have done a real wrestler would have done so much better.
Punk sold the shit out of it though.
And that's the thing. I think he worked backwards.
Yeah.
Like, so he got all the complicated moves, which I'll give him credit. He went out there and he learned all the complicated stuff. But then the base, like you said, the basic stuff doesn't look great. And when it's time for him to tell a story, like, he can make the crowd not like him.
Right.
But he still can't really, like, he couldn't wrestle a broom and we are interested. Like, that wouldn't happen
If Vin Balor could wrestle a grooming, we'd be interested, but
that's what I mean. So yeah, so it's just I think he worked, but he didn't go with the base. It looks like he went with the complicated stuff first, and then
he wanted to
work his way back.
I'll give him. He's athletic. He wanted to do the fucking the ricochet shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
With the athleticism, showing off his athleticism.
No, he's athletic. Yeah. No, you can't take that away. He's athletic.
Like even when they give him the brass knucks or whatever, like I see that punch and I'm like, yo, that to me, that's not viable as a punch.
No, it's not a good punch. It's like because it's if he threw working punches as well as his brother does in the boxing matches, then we would be talking. because people were trying to get at me when I was talking about the Tyson fight's going. I said, guys, these are working punches.
Yes.
What are you talking about? I'm like, those are working punches. And the reason why Tyson is getting upset is because he wants to throw a real punch. Right. And he's not liking it.
When I was talking to yesterday about it, like, no, you had Tyson biting his gloves because he wanted to throw punches and he knew he couldn't.
Right. That's why look at his face when he's walking down the aisle. He's like, I can't believe it's like they just told him in the back, like, oh, this isn't real.
Right. You know that you can't beat Jake. You're like, wait, what do you mean I can't beat him? Right. That's why the Tank Davis fight fell through, because Tank Davis was like, yo, you're not gonna punk me like you punked fucking Tyson. No.
And I don't think any a ranked boxer is gonna go for that. Like I said, if you want they keep the same storyline with all these matches, these boxing. Oh, everybody keeps disrespecting me because I came from YouTube. I was like, no, it's not because you came from YouTube. It's because you haven't fight me. I don't care if it's the last ranked boxer, like the 30th ranked boxer, like actual full-time boxer. Go fight him. You beat him, then I will say, okay, that was a good match. Let's keep it going.
By Tyson Fury's younger brother.
That's what I'm saying.
Because he actually knows how to box.
That's what I'm trying to say. So, give me a full-time boxer,
right?
And go beat that. And you beat him, there'll be nothing for me or anybody to say.
Like I said on yesterday, I said, yo, give me about 3 weeks. Let me get my cardio. I'll hop in the ring with you. I'll fuck you up.
He's slow. Like that's what I keep. I'm like, he's painfully slow. He is. I can see
his punches coming.
Every single punch, every single.
Absolutely.
Because they're working punches.
Yes.
Like they're worked punches. That's why we can see. We watch too much wrestling. I'm like, I can see the punches.
I know a performance when I see one.
I'm like, guys, I watch too much wrestling. Like this, I know a work when I see one.
Yeah.
They get no credibility. Like, yo, come on.
You're right.
But yeah, I mean, dude, the fact that he's even in this match, to me, I'm just like, they're gonna have him do some stupid shit. They are. That's the reason why he's in this match.
Right.
Think about it.
He's gonna be the Sammy Guevara of the match.
Absolutely.
Doing all the high flying and daredevil.
He's going to be the sacrificial lamb when they needed a big spot.
Right.
Because Bronson Reed ain't getting up there no more. My man broke both his ankles.
He's like, dude, I got a good run going. Okay. I got this nice tag.
Last year I broke both of these motherfuckers. You go up there.
Yeah. Right. I am 300 and something pounds. I should not be coming down from that high up in the first place. Yep. So the higher you go, the more momentum coming down. Yeah. I took that class, damn it.
In all honesty, I wouldn't have we always speak about nuance. I wouldn't have an issue with Logan Paul doing what he's doing if he wasn't in he wasn't considered a top guy. Like he's a YouTuber. Like Jake Paul right now is fighting celebrities and mixed martial arts. He's not fighting boxing. Right? Logan Paul
or retired boxer.
If Logan Paul was wrestling Tozawa or Otis or Sami Zayn, people in that tier where he just comes out and he's wrestling there, and then he tries to overshoot for like to be in this because he wants to team up with Paul Heyman, and he thinks he's better than what he was, and this is a reality check for him. Awesome. But you already told me this guy's a main event player, and I'm like, what? Like, why are you bullshitting me?
Right.
That's the issue I had.
Could you imagine if Roddy was around for that?
Yeah. Like, I get it. And the issue nowadays is like Logan Paul is making the WWE money, not necessarily the rest of the wrestlers. Because back, like even Bobby the Brain Heenan said, and I said this multiple times, like people didn't like Hogan because they couldn't work with him. Hogan was like Honky Tonk Man said he loved working with Hogan. He was making $50,000 a night. Like
you can leg drop me for 50.
Yeah,
yeah. And I would sell the hell out of it.
Word.
I'd be all
now if Paul was doing that for the wrestlers now, I get it. But his prime logo's everywhere. It's like you're making it seem like he's more important than the business itself. He's like that guy who bought the fucking rights to the movie and put himself in the movie as a major part.
Yeah. Made himself the main character.
Yeah, it's like you can't act.
I don't care.
Yeah.
My money is acting.
Word. And and I don't give a shit what anybody says about being athletic. We already went over this shit. Just like how Steve, you ever hear Stevie Richards' show on YouTube? He says that he thinks that Logan Paul is better than all of everybody in AEW because he actually has a character or whatever. And he can think what he wants. And it's a viable argument if you don't know what you're looking for already. Right. But remember this. This is a man that comes in fully prepared for his match already. Logan Paul came in knowing exactly what he was doing for this moment of him being in wrestling. They're not asking him to do one thing on Monday, another thing on Friday, and then do something on Saturday. He's fully prepared for this War Games match and how to sell the match.
Right.
That's the difference. That's literally you bring an actor and you put him and you go, we're going to film this part of the movie. Act like you're a fighter, and we're just going to have these guys protect you. Ready? Take Gyllenhaal. The same shit with Roadhouse.
Yep.
They literally was during a UFC event, like, yo, guys, we're recording a movie. They put him in there. That's why everything looked real, and he looked good as a fighter.
Right.
But real life, sorry, bro.
Green Arrow.
Yeah.
I forgot his name, but Green Arrow. So he looks good in the ring.
Yeah.
So I would agree with the whole, like, only the part of the roster that is his age, I will agree with that. But the top of, like, the older guys, no. Like, he's not better than Samoa Joe.
No.
He's not, he's not better, so stuff like that. He's not better than Swerve. So it's like, no, not everybody, not the whole roster.
Yeah, but
that was hyperbole.
There are some people that you can,
like I said, the guys his age, yeah.
Like, not for the Jungle Boy fellow.
Work with Ricochet.
Yeah,
him and Ricochet, because they can play off each other with the high flyingness.
Yeah. Yo, dude,
if he drops the trying to be Morrissey, then yeah.
If he stopped the head to kiss shit.
Jesus Christ.
But that's the thing though. That rivalry between Ricochet and Logan Paul, the only thing you remember is what happened at Royal Rumble. Where they collided and they springboard collided against
30
each other.
feet above
You
the
don't
ring.
remember the match. You don't remember one goddamn moment of that match. I bet you any money.
It's
People listening to this right now, like, wait, that collide didn't happen during the match? No, that happened in the Rumble. You don't remember one fucking moment of that match they had.
It's like Iverson rocking Jordan one time.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that one time he made Jordan do this and he made the shot.
Out of 20 years, that one move.
Right, and everybody stood up. Oh!
And it's like, do you remember what happened after that? I'm like, Jordan goes for 35 and then Philadelphia loses the game. and they go on to win another championship.
Yeah, it's like it's
Like,
funny.
what do we?
That move when Iverson bop fucking Jordan is like the DC reaction when somebody gets knocked out in a fucking UFC fight. Oh, did you see that?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, but I also saw how Jordan dominated the rest of the game. And left with the most important thing, the W.
Right. And the season and the ship. All in the same. Like, so I'm like, what? Okay, you got one.
Well, that's why, like, I tell somebody, I said, you know, the one player that I respect the most, growing up.
I love Iverson. That wasn't at Iverson. I love
Iverson, but was Barry Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Barry Sanders would juke the shit out of a motherfucker, score a touchdown, and hand the ball off to the referee
and handed it to the referee and just go.
Didn't point at the guy. Didn't make the guy look, worse.
Didn't drop the ball at the 1 yard line.
Right. But my whole thing is he never looked back at the guy and pointed at him like, "Ha, I got you," whatever. Like, nah, this is business, baby. It was a score touchdown. Right. And dude, against the Patriots, and when he had the player like turn around 3 times, he so could have just pointed and like laughed, but he didn't. Such a last act, he scored a touchdown, handed the ball to the referee. No need to fucking do a touchdown celebration or whatever. My whole thing is, okay, you scored a touchdown or you hit a home run. Look at the scoreboard. You're down by 30. What the fuck is you celebrating for?
Throwing the bat way up in the air. Like, dude, it's 10-1.
The bottom of the ninth for 2 hours. You just hit a solo shot. So fucking what? What did you do for the rest of the game? You struck out.
Right. You were 0 for 4.
But this one time you finally got a hit. You crushed it. You're looking at it like, oh my God, look how great of a fucking player I am. And you throw the bat or whatever, you slam the bat. Dude, you went 1 for 4 with 3 strikeouts and 1 home run.
Like me and my nephew were just talking about because the same owner of the Dodgers is now the owner of the Lakers.
Okay.
And he got rid of the Bus brothers as scouts. And I said because remember when he took over the Dodgers, like the Dodgers used to get that one star, and then they paid Yasiel Puig, pay him everything, Manny Ramirez, pay him everything, and then just have these and then C+ players. We go to the playoffs, but then another team that's more balanced always beat us. So you're like, no, we don't want that anymore. Yeah, we're not doing that anymore. So, so to your point, it's like, no, we're gonna manage this team where we want at least B+ at everywhere on all the way across the bench. So that way, if somebody that doesn't have it tonight, it's cool. We got somebody I think that could do it tonight. And keep going, like next man up. Okay, boom. And it's not going to be the C- guy that comes out all that you got to rely on all of a sudden. I was like, there's nothing. That's what they're doing. That's all they're doing. Okay, and so go, like bringing it back. I guess let's bring it back to wrestling. We had to talk about that on Wednesday night. So we got war games.
Right.
And I kind of still miss, like, can we still have I want some of the OG elimination matches for Survivor Series. Like, again, like this thing with this didn't have to be a title match with Stephanie and Nikki. Just you go get 3, I get 3. We have an elimination match. Some of these other storylines that can use some pop. Like, hey, I'm sick of you. I'm going to get 3 of my people. You go get 3 of yours. And then, like, we have 3 or 4 of those matches. I would be happy. It's a great way to, because, again, they do it in Japan all the time because it's a great way to showcase some of the other people that are coming up that are in the mid-card. Everybody gets their shit in. We have... Go ahead.
No, but not for nothing. Think about this. You get that idea. You get your 3. I get my 3. Nikki Bella is old school, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get Nikki. Let's throw caution to the wind. You get Nikki. She brings in Brie.
Mm-hmm.
You also get Michelle McCool.
Mm-hmm.
You also get you can get Mickey James if you want.
Mm-hmm.
You got 4. You got 4 of the old school era my time wrestlers, and you can have Tiffany, Stephanie McCord, Julia, and who else can we put in there from NXT? Fucking Jada Parker.
I'm about to say Miss Parker.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you have the new school versus the old school, and it's a fucking Survivor Series match. It doesn't need to make the perfect sense. It just needs to happen, and that would be more I would be more excited for that than Nikki Bella versus Stephanie McCool for the world title.
Correct.
100%.
Correct. That's all I'm saying. Like, I mean, because going back to our subject for tonight, the 80s, that I know the younger folks, you didn't see the stuff happening before these matches, so you're just thinking these are like just random tag teams that they put together, and it came on Thanksgiving night, and it was just some wrestling for us to watch, and that's far from the truth. Like, if you there were stories going up to the captains of all of these teams have beef, and then they would find, and then so they're okay, I got this tag team on my team, okay, I got the team that has beef with that tag team with me, so etc., and they kept going back and forth. So so you had all these rivalries that were in these tag teams, and it made you were invested. This on the outside, it looks like it's just a random formation of teams, but no, this was everybody had some skin in the game in these tag teams, and it meant even if it was just bragging rights, but it meant something. And then the fact that it used to come on Thanksgiving night, I think, was something too.
Yes, I enjoyed that also, because it was now it's not necessarily a part of the wrestling, but it's an event to enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Like how football, on Thanksgiving is like, we got wrestling Thanksgiving. You got that wrestling family. This is an event that only happens once a year.
Yeah,
on Thanksgiving, and this is your Super Bowl. This is your if I'm gonna be with the family, I might as well watch wrestling. And we got the Legion of Doom with the Ultimate Warrior and Kerry Von Erich versus Demolition and fucking Ravisher Rick Rude and fucking
Mr. Perfect.
Mr. Perfect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or the Heenan family versus Hulk Hogan and Tugboat and Tito Santana.
And what Hillbilly, right?
Yeah. I didn't even mind the whole Jerry the King Lawler with midgets. And I didn't mind that, or the Hart family versus Shawn Michael and his King's Court. The
gobbledygooker pissed me off though. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was so mad.
I think it pissed everybody off.
I kind of enjoyed seeing Mean Gene rolling on the fucking floor.
No, that part was funny. Mean Gene made up for it, right? But,
yeah.
But the fact, I'm waiting for some badass wrestlers about to come out of this, and we're gonna get a new wrestler. Yeah, and then I was.
And then was it Jesse the Ventura, like the Gobbly who?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Jesse.
What the fuck is this?
He would say some stuff. Jesse would always give you one.
My favorite line from Jesse the Body Ventura, it was Bad News Brown versus Hulk Hogan. And Hulk Hogan jumps Bad News Brown before he gets in the ring, and he hits him in the back with a chair. Uh-huh. And Tony Schiavone's like, well, it's on the outside of the ring. And he goes, so? What? Because on the outside of the ring, he could bring a gun? When did that become legal? Just because on the outside of the ring doesn't mean it's fucking legal. He was the definition of don't bullshit me here.
Right. Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Mine was the Tito Santana, I think, against the Warlord. Where it's that squash match. and he's like, yeah, I think Tito should have gave him some of that Mexican food. He won by count out, and I was like, wait, they let him
He called him Chico and shit. Yeah.
Chico should have came with some of that Mexican food.
Yo,
I was like, he just said that. I was on the floor. He would have won by count out, and Gorilla couldn't even say anything. Like I can tell Gorilla's probably losing. He probably muted himself, and he's losing it.
Word. That was another thing. It was beautiful to hear what they fucking said. To hear shit.
Yeah, because Gorilla was my man too. Because
well, dude,
he hit him in the latissimus torsi. It's like you don't know what the fuck that is. He sounded so intelligent. And then I love the crescent kick. Like what?
Yeah.
No, I've never heard it anyway.
I picked up some words. I picked up some words from. I told people. No, I picked up some vocabulary.
Yeah.
From I'm like, wait, what does that word mean? You know.
Yeah.
Well, you know, before you log on, me and Toe was like, yo, some of the best announcing groups, fucking Gorilla and Bobby.
Yeah.
You know
Gorilla and Bobby, Gorilla and Jesse.
Yeah,
I can listen to them all day. Yeah, I can listen to them all day.
I told him, I said, "Yo, up there, he goes. You also have Ross and Jerry, and I like it because, like, you can tell that Jim Ross was trying to be like real strict about
the straight one, yeah.
And then you have Jerry, oh puppies.
Yeah. You know what's funny though? Like, there was a WWE 2K panel or some shit that JR was doing, and JR was like drunk. Everybody on there was drunk, and at one point he goes, "I don't give a shit what he's about to say. Ric Flair, come on out here." And Ric Flair was drunk, and he's talking shit. And Bryan Danielson cut everybody off. Was like, "I don't think I should be up here with everybody." And people were like, "No, I don't think so." Because this motherfucker's drunk as shit, and Ric Flair's like, fuck it. Let me tell you a story about JR shitting on something. Right. Like, wow, JR was just the same motherfucker as Jerry. It's just on TV. Right. He was like, I'm good. But I'll never forget this. Jim Ross used to say he's getting beat goofier than a pet coon.
Yep.
I said that. And my brother was like, where the fuck are you? I was like, JR says it. He goes, no, he doesn't. I said, I don't come up with shit like that. That came from someone.
Yeah, no.
I heard it. I heard that.
Yeah. And I'm like, wow, they just had that little jab of racism right there. No one gave a fuck because it was part of it. Was like, hey, I guess so. Now
it's from Oklahoma.
Word.
It's probably just some stuff they just say.
Yeah, word. The Crimson Mask and all that shit, but
right.
Yeah, but
the Crimson Mask.
You know, you heard the beef that they were. I was telling Hostess they were mad at Jesse the Body Ventura, the last time he was at Saturday Night Main Event during the cage match with Priest and Drew McIntyre, because Priest walked out of the door, and Jesse the Body Ventura was like, "When the fuck can you win by walking out the door? That's some punk ass shit. You should have went over the cage." and Michael Cole is like, well, you know, the rules say. He's like, fuck the rules. You should have climbed over the cage. Like, not for nothing. They could have took that and ran with it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I would love a guy out there, you know, being contradicting that.
Yeah, he's supposed to be the bad guy.
Right.
Imagine Drew McIntyre going, yeah, but you're a bitch. You walked out. You couldn't even climb over the cage. You ran out that door so fast. You didn't even let me. You know what I'm saying? He could have just went with it. Talking shit is hearing what you hear and going with it.
Because, I mean, the match that Jimmy Snuka jumps on Don Morocco from the top of the cage.
Right.
You guys remember what happened before that?
No.
All right.
Oh, he lost.
So what happened was, he did one, like he was coming back. Jimmy was coming back. And then he does one of those big headbutts. And then as he was going backwards, he yells for his manager to open the cage. And then he opens the cage and falls out. Don Morocco falls out. So it's like, and then everybody in the cart, you know, everybody's like, what? Like, you know, and then Jimmy was like, no, fuck this. And then so he goes out there and pulls him back into the cage. Big hard slam, and then he goes to the top of the cage. So that's what happened before that. Like I said, it's almost like the Iverson Jordan thing, right?
Yeah.
So it's just, you know, Jesse again, like let's run with, like you said, like you want Jesse to point that out. That's what's kind of missing with these matches that you guys are putting on. Somebody going, "Oh, that was crap," you know, like instead of this hooray, everybody won.
Well, that was
not for nothing. Yo, because not for nothing, the Royal Rumble 1992, Ric Flair comes out number 4, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
401.
No, I think it was 4.
Okay.
Shawn Michaels was the first one to do it from 1.
Okay.
But the entire Rumble, all you hear is Bobby the Brain Heenan. This isn't fair to Flair. This isn't fair to Flair. And dude, and it's the best part to have an announcer cheer for one of these guys and make bullshit excuses like, "Oh, you see, he's saving him. That's your dumbass. Why wouldn't you throw him out of the ring?" Because how many people are watching this shit at home saying the same thing?
Right.
It kind of gives validation to the people that are watching it going, "Well, why the fuck did you help him?" And then the announcer's like, "Why the fuck did you help him?" It's like, I just said that. And it gets you invested now because now you are on the same wavelength as the guy who's calling the fucking match.
That's right.
Like, how stupid do you think I am to fucking sit there and believe, oh no, Jey Uso's a saint? What? Jesse the Body Ventura or Bobby the Brain Heenan or even Paul Heyman would have been awesome. I don't think Jay should be doing this shit. You know, he needs to, like, when they're pulling Paul Heyman away from the vision to go to Jey Uso going, you know, you're stupid for doing what you're doing. This is a problem.
Or just like, I mean, JR's call with Mick going through the announce table from the top of this.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Like, as God is my witness, he has broken it out. Like, so, you know, so he's like, no, I swear to you, this is not, I'm not saying this because I'm a wrestling announcer. This man is probably dead.
Yeah, there's no way you can survive that.
Yeah,
shit.
that's
how do you learn how to fall?
Yeah, so, you know,
let's get the crap. That's the fucking stuntman shit.
Yeah.
Right.
How do you learn how to fall off a 20-foot ladder?
Like, but you know, so I'm just like, no, that's what I need. Like, that's he's like, no, really, he's
fucking dead.
Yeah.
And I'm still here.
And see, that is my difference between JR and Michael Cole. I don't think JR didn't want to know what was going to happen in the match.
Yeah.
And I want to call it like it's happening.
Yeah.
Mike's got the whole script right there. And then he gives you these verbal clues of stop giving me clues about what's going to happen. I don't want you to do that.
Yeah,
I don't want you to do that. Stop doing that.
Oh, and I always love when they improvise and they're telling the story. Like the career match with Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man, SummerSlam.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
At one point, the Ultimate Warrior stops wrestling and walks out on the apron and looks at his hand, falls to the ground, does this shit, walks about 5 feet, turns back around, goes back on the apron, and he's doing this. And Gorilla Monsoon's like, he's talking to the gods. Right. He's talking to the god. And it's like, you're pulling, like, as a child, it's like, okay, yeah, I believe it. But as a grown man now watching again, like, you pulled that out your ass, didn't you?
Yeah.
You pulled that out your ass because you're that fucking good.
Right.
Because anybody else was like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Right.
I'm telling you what he's doing. And he may not be doing it, but that's the fuck I'm looking at.
Now, hey.
He's doing it now.
Right. Right. He's not going to come over and grab the mic and correct me. So
word.
Yeah. So this is what he's doing.
So from here on out, he's talking to the gods.
Well, I mean, because he's doing, like, you know, we're used to him, like, all for 20 years doing this. So
the original,
so it's like, hey.
Yeah. The original Spirit Bomb.
Word.
Right.
Yeah. Shit.
You know.
It's the beautiful shit because you have to sometimes get me more invested in the match because the match isn't really going that well.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, this is the little things here and there, or Bobby the Brain Heenan. I was telling Hodge, I'm watching Monday Night Nitro, and he's giving advice to the wrestlers.
Right.
He's like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, you put him outside the ring, tie him to the shit, and let him get it's like counted out and pinning him with the same thing. You get the win. That's it.
Right.
Or the Buff Bagwell and Riggs, where they just became the tag team champions, and they came out to help Hulk Hogan, and the Giant fucked them up. And Bobby the Brain Heenan's like, why would you come out to fight this big guy? You have a tag team match coming up next. Are you stupid? And then the Nasty Boys came out and goes, well, I guess that match isn't happening now because both of these teams are stupid. and you're sitting there like, not for nothing. Yeah, your dumbass just ran into a fucking brick wall. Full speed.
For nothing. Like,
yeah.
For absolutely nothing.
For nothing.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then Tony Schiavone's trying to convince, like, well, they're here to help Hogan. He goes, fuck Hogan.
He's already done. So
he should have never been here in the beginning. Yeah, he should have listened to Jimmy Hart.
What is he on? See, I told you I told you Hogan was a trash piece of human being. 20 years of telling us that Hogan was a trash piece of human.
Yeah, dude, it
so
lives in my brain. It lives in my Ric Flair and Arn Anderson hate each other because of fucking Hogan. Why do you need to come here? Like, see, that's like me. Like, you know why Dominic sucks? Because John Cena's wrestling. Like just pulling John Cena in there for no reason.
Because
it's Cena's fault. Where you at, Ray? I'm over here blaming DJ for this shit.
Yeah.
Oh man, but dude, was it so many things. There's fucking Heenan. I love Heenan though.
Yeah.
Heenan was one of my favorite fucking. When I got into my teenage years or whatever, because growing up, Heenan, bad guy, can't root for him,
Right.
Got older, and I'm like, yo, he kind of makes sense.
Exactly.
Like,
it works.
Like, how bad of a bad guy is he when what he's saying kind of makes sense? It's like,
yeah. I mean, yeah. Think about it.
He was almost like Deadpool. Like it was almost like he was almost breaking the fourth wall.
Yep.
When he was commentating.
And not for nothing, this motherfucker put together a hell of a team.
Oh,
that Heenan family had no weakling.
No. You had to have a plan to beat one of their teams.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Every single one of them motherfuckers could have beat Hogan.
And everybody has a price.
Yep.
I remember being I was heated when that kid was up there dribbling that basketball. And then right on the ninth dribble. Oh, that you didn't get it.
Sucks to you, kid. Go home.
Go back to the crowd, kid.
Word.
The kids cry. I mean, I'm like, they made a kid cry. To get heat on for somebody, they made a kid cry. I'm like, God.
That kid.
Talk about bringing heat to yourself.
Word. Yeah. Next thing you know, that kid grew up to be an FBI agent, and he's the reason why the guy's about to go to jail.
Remember
you see what happened? You could have given me that $100. Yeah,
everybody's got a prize.
Like, you know what? I'll let you go. Hey, you got 10 seconds to go. Sucks to be you, kid.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go. You're arrested.
He's done. Yeah. All right, sit back down.
Word. Yo, that would be hilarious. Like, hilarious. It's like, no, kid, did you know?
Don't you know?
WCW, I know what they did to Goldberg. What's right? Oh, man. But, bro, it's crazy.
It's crazy how we enjoy our growing up with the memories we have, and we're still talking about that stuff.
Yes.
And it sucks that we can literally pinpoint everything that's going wrong right now, and it's simple fixes.
Yeah. You know, AEW would be fixed if they watched the match that happened right before them. Because then they wouldn't do the same exact shit.
Right.
Like I can't fathom someone trying to say that AEW and ECW or WCW this. No. I can't fathom that now. Because it's like you had a point 2 years in. Now, no. Just for the sake of it. Fucking I forgot his New Jack.
Wow.
Literally try to kill people And even then,
Legit.
when he tried to kill people, it made more sense than Darby Allin climbing on a fucking 40-foot ladder and jumping on a glass of ice on glass that no one was on.
Right.
Like, homeboy, you punched him once and you later. He was in the locker room before you set up the ladder. You just jumped off the ladder for no reason. Like New Jack was like, I'm gonna make it look like I'm trying to win this. Out of the ring,
right?
You motherfucker. Like, you know,
I'm gonna go climb this and fucking and just land on
the
you.
balconies, yeah. Jumping off the balconies.
Yeah, like, and the thing is, everyone uses steel chairs, but Balls Mahoney, Axel Rotten used it different than Sabu used it. They used it different than Rob Van Dam used it. They used it different than when Tommy Dreamer used it. It was now, this, and I say this with all disrespect. You're trying to be these motherfuckers are too much. You are trying to copycat these motherfuckers too goddamn much.
Especially the Young Bucks.
Yeah. It's too much of a copycat. Like, because the Young Bucks, when I first, it was like, oh, you trying to be the Midnight Express.
Right.
And then now I'm seeing them in this a bunch of super kicks, and I don't know what they want to be now. I don't know what their characters are. I don't know if they're being
good guys,
like
bad
molested.
guys.
Yeah, I don't know if they're being molested by Don Callis, because the last time I saw them together, they had that look on their face like, where did he touch you? You know, but I don't know what the fuck is going on. And it's, you know, and the women put on a good blood and guts match, but it's still like, why is no one going, what if we did this instead of for that? Because the rules of that match is if you leave the cage. This is why the cage is fully enclosed. Is DJ frozen? Oh, there you go.
There you go.
All right, you're back now.
All right.
Yeah, it was like the rules. The reason why the cage is fully enclosed, because if you left the cage, you forfeited the match. And everyone left the cage of both matches. Like, what? Why am I watching someone getting thrown into a flaming table during a blood and guts match? It's in two. You have 2 rings and 2 cages. What the fuck are you doing on the stage? You literally have 100% more shit than you would in a regular match. You need to go to the stage.
So it's because it's they're trying to replace telling a story. It's like, so let me ooh and ah you, because we don't know how to tell a story.
Yeah, and that's yeah.
So I gotta pull flaming tables out and all this stuff. Like, you know, again, John Moxley, I gotta do all this stuff. I gotta go up into the crowd. I got, you know, every match is going up into the crowd, going like, it's like, so you're doing it on a random Wednesday. You do the same stuff on a random Wednesday night. You bleed on a Wednesday night. Like, it's not now. It doesn't mean anything to me anymore.
Yeah. You muted, Coach.
Yeah, like all those super kicks in every match.
Yeah.
All the spots. Like, I mean, they do maybe 2 tags, and then that's it. Then everybody's in the ring. No storytelling. Let's just do a bunch of spots. I can see everything coming from, you know, from 5 miles away. Just like again, this is the one thing, like Bret Hart shaking his fist at Cloud, but dude, it looks really phony when you guys are taking 2 minutes to set up all of these spots.
Yeah.
Should I really care about AEW Full Gear?
So if you're a fan of AEW, there's things to care about, like Mercedes and winning the women's championship.
Chris Statlander.
Yeah, you know, like there's wrestling. There's always something to care about, and you can't put it past AEW to have some good matches on their shows. But there's also that you know, is it worth the money?
Hey, go to, you know, if you happen to have a Dave and Buster's near you, they usually have it on. Go, you know, have a couple it'll still be less than buying it at home.
Yeah.
And just sit back with other people, laughing at all the botches and, have fun with it is all,
I hear you.
But that's all to me. That's all. Yeah. That's what it's become. Like it's not competition. It's just watching something for fun now.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? Like if I watch a Will Ospreay match, I expect 300 finishes to happen.
Yep.
Yeah, you're talking to the biggest Ospreay fan down here.
Right.
DJ loves Ospreay.
I love him just as much as the Bucks.
Yeah. No, but so one of the stories, because I don't watch AEW like that, but because I saw the Blood and Guts match, they have a tournament for the women's tag team champions, right? And apparently Willow and her tag team partner have beef with Sky Blue and Jamie Hart.
Jamie Hayter or Julia Hart?
No, Julia Hart. Sorry.
Julia Hart.
And I'm sitting there going, wait a minute. They're wrestling each other in a tournament. Why is this beef so big that they need to be in Blood and Guts? Wouldn't this make more sense if one of them won the tournament and they wanted to get back because they got cheated out of it?
Mm-hmm.
Like their match is next in the tournament. What?
Yeah.
Let's have a death match before our match. No, death is the constant. Death you can't come back from. That's what I never understood. The first match we're gonna have is a death match. All right, well that's gonna also be the last match because the word death is permanent.
And then did I hear Adam Cole lost his smile too? Like is that another
something like yeah, he might now come back or something. To be honest with you, Janelle, yes, I don't even want to fucking mention this guy's name. Fuck him and fuck Moxley and fuck Brian and fuck all these other people like him. Because dude, since day one I didn't understand why people like cowboy shit. I can't remember his fucking name. I can't. Every time I try to talk to him, I call him cowboy shit. I can't remember his fucking name.
Hangman.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. I don't know what people like about this fucking guy. I don't know. He literally, if John Cena was reincarnated as a fucking cowboy, Hangman. Bro, I swear to God, I can give a fuck. Like, he could win the war, and I wouldn't give a shit. Like, if we went back in time and he was Captain America, and he won Vietnam, I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't give a fuck.
He won Vietnam.
Yeah, single-handedly.
Yeah.
Don't give a shit.
Nah.
Give the fucking belt to Samoa Joe. Who becomes the first ever women's tag team champion? I don't know who's in the match, but you know what? Mercedes Moné. Mercedes Moné and Athena. They should be the first ever women's tag team champion.
Or she's gotta bring Thunder Rosa back in there.
Word. I enjoyed it over the men's also. I fell asleep during the men's.
Yo. Wow.
Taco Bell. Taco Tuesday.
Mind you, the man said he had to go walk the dog. I don't know how you walk the dog and somebody come back with Taco Bell.
He walked the dog to Taco Bell.
Nah,
yeah, he sure did.
The Taco Bell was been here, bro. This Taco Bell is cold.
Oh man,
been waiting on y'all. Y'all been talking so much, man. Fucked up my food.
Don't eat that.
First off, I ain't never had warm Taco Bell. But second off, you left.
You did say I was gonna go walk the dog.
And after he eats that, he's gonna need to leave again.
Word. There's 3 times I gotta go walk this fucking dog.
But I wanted to say something. I had to wait.
No, you can always just fucking start talking. The thing about us is if you're quiet, we can't leave quiet on the air.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
I'm not gonna interrupt y'all. I usually going on a rant, man.
Did
I'll
you
wait.
just see what?
Wait. He said we go on rants?
Yeah. You saw what we just did, Sean? I was about to talk. You start talking. I shut up and let you talk.
Okay, I'll interrupt you more. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm trying not to be rude.
You be rude. You can't be rude. We're having a discussion.
When you do open yourself up. You open yourself up to get a rebuttal. Just saying.
Nah, no.
But just fucking talk, show. Talk.
Next time I win.
A Model A Ford and a tank full of gas.
Tell us why you hate all the white wrestlers.
So DJ, he finally watched the movie today.
I saw in the chat.
He's been quoting lines from the movie. I love it.
Yo, that's for people who know
rock
habla,
and roller.
who know habla. Yo, that was I was like, yo, that's where Jericho got it from?
That's where he got it from.
Shit.
Mario Van Peebles.
My line from him was, cross your legs, hold your nose, and fart. You can clear your mind. I heard that. Yo, I started dying laughing. I was like, yo, it's been a while since a movie actually made me laugh. Like, out loud.
One of my favorite lines is, we goes, stick your chin up.
You check your chin up. Yep. Higher.
Yo,
hey, now get your asses out there in the street right now.
Yo, did you see when he intimidated Marilyn Peoples and Peoples like, I'll fuck you up, but you're lucky that I'm a peaceful man. I don't like violence. So I'm gonna save you on that one.
Yep. I saved your life.
Yeah. Oh, the bartender's like, I eat, chew and spit out Marines. He goes, so you want me to bend you over and fuck you like this? I was like,
bend you over and pop you in your keys.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. That's something I would tell somebody, but that don't really make. I don't know how you. I got you. I believe it. Fuck it.
One of my favorite lines. So, what's your opinion? My honest opinion? It's a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, she got tired of sitting in catering. Now you can see her on Patreon literally cooking in her underwear.
Yeah, she got a thong you know something?
So wait,
she got a phenomenal ass. Well, she hasn't been wrestling for a while.
They put her in she's in catering.
Yeah. Now she's cooking in underwear, in thongs. Yo, she has a phenomenal ass, but there's something about her. I'm like, I don't want to see you cook. I don't think you cook.
I mean, she is Spanish. I'm pretty sure she could know how to cook.
True. But sometimes you think
just say you want to appreciate for something that's not cooking.
Listen, she got too many clothes on when she's cooking. That's why I don't want to watch her cook. Thong is too much. Right, show?
Oh, he out here with this man is gonna be on that toilet.
That's it. He's gonna come off the camera again in a few minutes.
Yeah, putting hot sauce on cold Taco Bell ain't gonna heat it up.
He's gonna be with the warlord. Tito Santana.
He got that Tito Santana.
My man said putting hot sauce on Taco Bell's not gonna heat it up. Oh man.
Shit.
Man, that movie is just has just like we said, like we told you yesterday,
classic.
Just a whole bunch of one-liners, bro.
Yo, it's completely different than all the other Clint Eastwood movies I watch.
I can go with that, yeah.
Like he's still a tough guy, but this movie he seems more like if this was a young Clint Eastwood, like fuck you. He even says like, I had more pussy than you motherfuckers. I fucked up more people than you. I killed more people than you. Get the fuck out of the fuck outside before I fuck you up too.
Right.
It's like, oh damn, basically, all right.
Yep.
The Clint Eastwood I know is, don't you feel lucky, punk?
No, he wasn't doing that. Like the second day, he's like, it smells like a big game factory in here because he worked there.
He whispers to my boy Recon. He goes, what'd you tell that boy? I said, don't give this bastard the satisfaction. I'm like, yo, he really don't give a fuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't give a fuck.
Yo, I love when he's like, y'all gotta wear the same shirt. They come the next day wearing it. He goes, take the shit off because we're wearing the same shirt as me.
Yeah, as me. Yep.
And then they come back out. He's like, you gotta clean the barracks. No, it's good. All right, who thinks it's good? That's democracy at its best. Now we're gonna run.
No, that's right.
Like, I'm like, you motherfuckers think you gonna get up on this dude? You really think you gonna like this dude? Don't give a fuck.
No.
That's the definition of all right.
And then when they're running, they start running, and the guy doesn't know anything. He goes,
yeah, they sprint by him. He's like, dude, we're on a 10-mile run. What are you doing? Like, he just jogs right. What are you doing? We're on a 10-mile run.
You want to be stupid? All right, go ahead, be stupid. I'll let you be stupid.
Good luck.
dude, bro, that movie's just awesome when it comes to it.
Yeah,
Word.
no, it's
I
will tell anybody to watch that movie.
Dude,
if you don't like, there's something wrong. I think there's something wrong with you. If
No,
you
I'm
don't like
surprised that you never watched that movie. Just surprised, bro. It's a fucking awesome movie, man.
It's underrated. Like that, I can see how it probably passed them by because it's under. People don't mention it. It's just like you never like again like you're a Chris. You're thinking Chris Jericho came up with all this stuff.
Heartbreak Ridge got to do with it.
At the end of the movie, that's that where they're at. That's called Heartbreak Ridge.
Okay, I still got about 15, 20 more minutes.
Okay,
left on it. So
I thought you watched the whole thing.
No, I was watching it. It was like I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
They got caught in where they get caught in the battle to the real battle. Is that where you are?
Yeah. Okay. I'm there.
Okay.
They just like the dude was like, oh, I got one person killed, and Clint Eastwood was like, yeah, that shit happens. Like I could have got everybody. He's like, but you didn't. Now get your ass up.
Right. Yeah.
It's funny. The only fucked up part about the movie is when my boy Recon dies. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, and then the dude's like, yo, don't let him die. He goes, it's not up to me. Not for nothing. I'm sitting there going, I'm pretty sure that's real.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because we don't have robots in our military. We got people. I'm pretty sure that's real.
Right. Right.
So, like, that's got to be there's some veteran that's been in war goes, yeah, been there.
It's like, that's like, but John, man, Dr. Baker's been out. She's also been in catering forever.
Yeah.
But she had
what's her name? Rebel is dealing with.
Both of them have a big falling out with Tony Khan and them. I know Britt did, but what's going on with the because they don't do like a performance center or anything like that, right? So one of the last times we saw Thunder Rosa was when she comes to the ring with a chair. The girls were supposed to run. And then it's like they forgot what they were supposed to do or whatever, but it should be like common sense. Somebody is coming in for the save with a chair and you're a heel. You're supposed to vacate the ring.
So they're just looking at her, and then so Thunder Rosa, because it was awkward, she like throws this little like a weak kind of a throw of the like swing of the chair, because it's like, okay, I'm not going to swing it for real because I know you're not ready. So, and then it looks bad. And then I forget what happens at the end of this segment, but it's like, I think she's tired of that. She's like, okay, you're pushing all these other people. I've shown you I can carry the only reason why I had to give up the title is because my back went out. So
yeah, dude, she carried that division for years.
Her and the Japanese woman.
Io. Not Io.
Not Io, but
Mio,
you know what I'm talking about. That came out. She used to always come out with a kendo stick.
Yes.
So and it's a shame I forgot her name because you don't see her either. So here you like, but you put out like again. So the new toys come. The other ones, okay, let's push those to the side. We got new toys. And I think she's like, okay, I'm gonna go over here. Like that, like I'm gonna go. She's probably making more on the Patreon in her draws. So and letting her body heal for when this contract runs out and she goes to WWE.
I mean, because she's not a bad looking woman
at all. And I've done meet and greet with her. It's like she looks better in person,
right?
Than she even does. So, yeah.
And John, Britt Baker, I know she had a falling out, a big falling out.
Absolutely, it's kind of the same thing. It's like she started to see past, like, wait, so you're not. So basically, everybody that was here during the pandemic, you're pushing to the side, and whoever
right. And just like Thunder Rosa.
Yeah,
she carried that division
correct
for a long time.
Yeah, so she started to call it out. She's like, wait, so if you're new, that's it. Like you get all the matches if you're new, and that's it.
Yeah,
and she called him out on social media, and then that was then. Oh, okay. Then how about you not work at all?
But didn't you also criticize him about how they handled Adam Cole's injury?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
But part of that, though, again, so my problem I have with Adam Cole is that, okay, I can tell you left WWE because you didn't like, because they knew they're like, no, we're putting you on a program where you gotta be in shape. Because they found out about you. And it's like, okay, no, you got to be in shape. So, and then you didn't want to do that anymore. Because I can tell because of how you looked when you went to AEW. Because now, like, how are you, 210, 200 pounds with a belly? Okay, that tells me you didn't want to do the work anymore. So, and then you start, and then just like the trainers already knew over there. Okay, so you don't like to work on your core. You're gonna start getting injured. You're already a little guy,
right?
And so here it is. So now he has all these injuries, and then now I don't like wrestling anymore. No, you didn't want to do the work. You didn't want to do the work. You were, if you would have stayed like you were main eventing, like you were beating big guys and main eventing in WWE. The Survivor Series when NXT, when the black and yellow NXT was kicking ass.
Oh, yeah.
All you had to do was stay with that.
What?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, so you the one that didn't want to do that anymore. So that's why I don't. No, everybody thought the grass is greener.
I thought he originally left because they were trying to force him from NXT up to the main roster. Because I know when they tried it the first time, him and the rest of the Undisputed Era was like, no, because anytime somebody here lately goes up to the main roster, they go nowhere.
Well, they wanted to change his name, and they wanted him to be like Michael Cole's son.
No, so he was gonna be like, so him and Keith Lee were gonna go up at the same time. He was gonna be like, for a minute, he was gonna be Keith Lee's sidekick, like kind of a sidekick kind of a thing. But then it was gonna like gradually go into him wrestling. They were gonna walk him into it because it's like, okay, again, you're a little guy. Okay, so these people that don't know you want us to bring this 200-pound man out here and just push him to the moon right when he walks through the curtain on the main roster. People are going to boo. They're going to like, what is this? They don't go for that in WWE audience. So that's why they were going to do it that way. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay, well, bye. Like, go over there. Go over there. You're going to be one of his toys for a year, and you're going to be in catering.
Yeah.
Or you're going to hurt yourself. So,
and that's what he did. Oh yeah,
absolutely. That's what you got hurt.
You and your three friends.
Yeah. And
your three friends, let's be real. Your three friends are boring. Okay, your three friends are boring, especially when they're by themselves. They're boring.
Yeah.
Okay, the four of you together or something.
Yeah, Bobby
okay, now that's right.
Horrible on the mic.
Right. And he's not, and it's not interesting. He can go, but it ain't interesting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then and the other guys, they look like guys they pulled out of the audience. Come on.
Right. Right.
Come on. Hey, you want to wrestle? Come on. Take your shirt off.
No,
and get in the ring. That's what they look like.
There's no big powerhouse guy in the group.
No.
So yeah.
Okay, they all look like they
look
like somebody they just randomly pulled in the ring.
And it makes sense because they're all in AEW not doing nothing.
So
the reason why they took the belt off Mike Santana, gave it to Frankie Kazarian.
You can pick. To me, you can just pick. Like you can just pick one. They were almost at the same level to me.
Yeah, but they were on a break, right? TNA after he won the title, because I'm trying to figure out that same shit, like what the story was. Apparently, like after he won the title, TNA went off the air for like a month.
Oh, right.
And then they came back and he lost it instantly, and it's like, wait a minute, that's kind of stupid.
Right.
I know they're gonna say, oh, but Santana's been there from the beginning. Like, well, people forget Frankie's been there from the beginning.
Yeah, Frankie literally was there. He built the shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he ever won the chip.
No.
Wow.
I don't know. If he
was
did, it was in his new era. I don't
I
think it was.
don't remember him winning the chip back in the day.
No, he the most he was X Division champion.
Yes.
If we're talking about when TNA was at its prime, before it went and did all that shit, and now it's on the zone. Like, you know, he was X Division champion.
Right. Okay.
I think he fought for the title a couple times, probably against Christian, but I don't think he won it. Him and Christopher Daniels. But Christopher Daniels never was the TNA champion.
No, I know he's not won it.
But shit, let me be right back. I think my ribs are done. I just gotta set them up for tomorrow. I'll be right back.
Yeah, baby. Out of the 4 members on the Spirit era, who's the best one in the ring? I would say it would be what's his name? The guy with the kid with the heart style.
Is that Fish?
The suplex guy? Or the backbreaker guy? He had the neck brace on. And he's screaming, Adam!
No, these are. Well, I remember that's Roderick Strong. I'm not talking about Roderick Strong. Bobby Fish, I think, is the guy that had the mustache.
He's got the handlebar mustache, yeah.
Right. The other guy that everybody forgets his name.
Oh crap! Yeah. And like, see, right when you said that, I was like, "Yeah, I forgot his name." And you can tell he never goes to a tanning bed.
Yeah, exactly. That guy.
And see, that's the guy in my head. That's the guy I was even thinking about when I said he looks like somebody they just pulled out of the crowd and said, "Hey, you want to wrestle?" Right. Like that's what he looks like.
But from out of all the 4 of them, he's for me. From what I've seen, out of all 4 of them, he's the one that I would like. All right, he can probably go the best.
I thought it was Roderick.
You think it's Roderick?
Yeah. And barely. Like, again, just because you got to make me pick out of those guys. Right. I mean, and besides, but you're
100% correct. Individually, yeah. Collectively,
they were something. Like they were interesting. The theme song and the way they would come out and everything. Like they got something together. But it's kind of like. And that's not, I'm not even making fun of them because it's like, okay, going back to the 80s, like think about the Rock and Roll Express.
Yeah.
Right. Now, think of watching Robert Gibson in a singles match.
Horrible.
Okay. So, but as a tag team, you're sitting down. Yeah. You're about to sit down and put the remote down. Like, okay, let's. So.
Dude, that's like, not for nothing. When it was the Rockers.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Before Shawn Michaels actually broke off, and became Shawn Michaels.
Yep.
You would see like Marty Jannetty in a singles match, and you'd be like,
"Yep."
Mostly
punches and kicks. Because that was, I think it was Scott Hall that said, "Hey, man," like because he saw Shawn fooling around one day, like just fooling around in the ring. He's like, "Why aren't you doing that in matches?"
Right.
Why are you doing all the punching? Just doing
not for nothing. But I've heard a lot of stories, and I don't think Scott Hall gets enough credit for how he actually
mind. Yeah.
Yes.
He had a wrestling mind. Yeah.
Dude, again, everybody says he's the one that told WCW and told Sting, no, go with the Crow character.
Right.
Don't speak. Just come in, kick ass, and just leave.
And leave. Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like not for nothing. The matches between him and Shawn for the IC title.
Yep.
The first ladder match that I really was like, yo, they got a ladder? Ooh. Shawn Michaels doing the splash off the top. You know what I'm saying?
And the force he came down the force he came down
you knew that shit hurt.
Right. I was like that was
not for nothing, but when both skins hit, you was like, oh.
And the story I tell people about that match is, so I had gotten my wisdom teeth pulled that day.
Oof.
And then so I got my mom, hey Mom, can we get the pay-per-view? I just because I couldn't really do it. Like I had to eat cream of wheat And and I was like, can we watch this? And then like that whole like everything, every time somebody got hit in the face, I was like, like I could just feel, yeah.
Oh yeah. Nah, man, but wow. But yeah, and then jobbing for the 1, 2, 3 kid.
And had it go somewhere. Like, so it's like, so that's the thing. I don't mind, like, so if you're gonna have something like that happen, again, like it's something that happened, like we've seen it happen millions of times on AEW at this point. But then it doesn't go anywhere. So it's like, okay, you just had this guy lose this big match for nothing. That made his career. Like he's a Hall of Famer because Scott Hall is like, hey, it would be interesting on this show for this guy that's been losing every week to all of a sudden beat Razor Ramon. Right. So he's like, because he's better than that. Like he already knew, like, no, he's got something, but he's got to win a match though. And then boom.
And
it made Raw like, okay, anything can happen. Like after that, he was like, okay, anything can happen.
That was the first. Oh shit, anything can happen on Raw.
Yeah, because you saw a bunch of, like, before that, you had a bunch of the wrestling superstar matches where Jake Reed is in the ring with a singlet that doesn't even fit, waving at the crowd, and the theme music of the superstars.
And then he comes in. Jeff Hardy was like 18 years old. Or LA Knight.
No music, already standing in the ring. Hi, and then boom.
Hey, I'm gonna get my ass kicked. There was, I remember, there was one wrestler who literally did two job matches in WWE like a year apart, and for each match he had a different name, and I'm just like, did nobody pick up that's the same dude? But yes, I believe the Gunther is going to win the belt from John Cena.
Okay,
because that's John's asking that question. I'm like, yeah, this whole tournament is bullshit. I think at the end, if Gunther wins the tournament, he's going to be Cena for the title.
LA Knight. I just, like, in my opinion, I just feel like we've seen his ceiling. Like, we've seen, this is it. And again, this is not making fun of him. Like, this is for this to be a ceiling for any wrestler. Any wrestler will hope to get the ceiling that LA Knight has. Okay, so I'm not making fun of him.
Right.
But I think this is it.
Without the belt.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is what we're getting. Maybe like a mid card kind of a title. Maybe he grabs a tag team partner at some point. But I don't think he's. I just don't think of him as a world champion wrestler. Again, that's for me, in my opinion, that's not me hating on him. Like I don't think everybody should have a turn with the world title. I'm not one of those kind of people. Is what you have to understand about me. Like Chris Statlander winning this world title in the women's division. I'm like, as soon as she won it, I'm like, why? Why? It's just like, okay, it's your so it feels like, okay, it's just your turn. So what's the point? If you're just gonna pass it around to the whole roster, then what's the point of the world title? It's not special now.
No.
If everybody gets a turn. So, no, there should be certain people, hey, this is not where you go. Like, you don't.
He already had the US strap at one point.
Mm-hmm. And that was a good run. Like, when he had that, I thought it fit. Like, he looked like the US champion, if that makes sense. But no, like, I think we've seen his, like, that's why I kind of feel like there's no direction, because they're putting him, they keep having him chase the world title. But it's like, okay, but I don't see him beating a world champion.
Question for you.
Mm-hmm.
If Rollins was still champion, would you have LA Knight beat Rollins? Because to me, that's probably the only champion he should probably beat. He's not beating Cody because Cody is the savior.
Mm-mm.
And then we all know he was never going to beat Roman as much as, you know, we're like, all right.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
So it
he
was
ain't beating CM Punk.
right. He's not beating CM Punk. So in my eyes, the only champion he would have probably been able to beat would have been Seth Rollins.
I could go with that. Yeah, because if we want to talk about, I think Seth Rollins is the weakest world champion that there's been. Okay. Even when he goes on, like, say, Good Morning, like, you know, think of like a world champion's got to go on like Good Morning America, right?
Right.
And most of the time when the world champion will go on there, you still feel like this dude is the world champ. Like, you know, Gunther's been on there, Rock, Stone Cold, you know, like, and then you see him sitting there talking to people, and you're like, yeah, no, he feels like the world champ, you know. He never does. Every time he goes on, he feels like a clown to me when he goes somewhere and talks outside of a WWE show.
Now, because I followed his career.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do believe you're right. For LA Knight, that is a ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Now, had he stayed as Eli Drake and been the heel,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because like he was in TNA,
Mm-hmm.
do you think his ceiling is still there, or does Eli Drake more believable as a potential champion?
I think he got farther with LA Knight.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I think he just did. It's hard to quantitate it. Like, it's a feeling. Like, it's not, you know, I can't really even give you a whole lot of meat behind it, but it's just the eye test. I think he found something in the LA Knight character where he was able to get
probably closest thing to Stone Cold's pop that we've had for somebody like that.
Right. And then the change from, you know, from Ringmaster to Stone Cold Steve Austin, right? So, you know, so kind of a thing, you know, so like that's probably a perfect example. So, or even Diamond Dallas Page would be a good example.
From manager to wrestler.
Yeah. And even a character, like a little bit of a character turn, like volume turn up.
Which is funny because today I walked into my office and I was with one of my coworker, and we were talking out of nowhere. I go, it's me, it's DDP.
Nice.
You know what I'm saying? And he actually watched wrestling too, so he started with the DDP. And I was like,
every time when I'm, you know, doing, like, I go running and I have my running playlist, and every time It Smells Like Teen Spirit comes on.
Yeah, you're right. That his theme song is very, very close to Teen Spirit.
Well, that's why you don't hear it when you play WWE, the WCW now, because WWE owns it, and they got a cease and desist. Because it's basically they just took all the lyrics out of it, and it's
no. But mine's different. There goes ding ding and ding. Ours goes ding ding and that.
Yeah, see that ting like that. That's. I was like, Vanilla Ice, go sit down, man. It's all right. Just pay Queen their money. You got a hit. Just pay them some money.
Wait, John. Now Cody Rhodes' title run started to bore you. 2 weeks after he won the title, I was bored. I'm sorry.
Cody Rhodes.
Bro, he won the title, and then they've done nothing with him. They've just regurgitated Drew McIntyre.
That's the thing. Like, so you put Popeye's chicken biscuits in the story, and that's not going to help. Okay, so yeah, no, they got to give they got to giving Drew McIntyre title shots a rest.
Yeah.
Like, okay, how many title shots does he get?
Either you let him win one and then lose it and then never give him another title shot again, or just don't put him in those kinds of matches. But again, this is what me and Toe was talking about. The booking has been horrible.
They're picking the same, like they're going back to you're picking the same three people. And it's like, dude, you have you can build you have a good enough roster where you can start to, let us see somebody coming up to chase the title. And then, okay, Cody, I'm ready. Like, he wins like 2 big matches or something. All right, Cody, I'm now. Like, you can't tell me I'm not ready. You can't tell me I'm not ranked.
Right.
I beat such and such and I beat such and such. Now it's your turn. I want my title shot. We would go for that. Okay, we would go for it. Like, that's how when Cody was chasing the title, there was nothing to be like. He beat Seth. He beat all these people, and then he wins the Royal Rumble. Boom, there's nothing to be said. He should be going for the title. So for Drew Mac, like, again, that's part of the problem, is that you have these random people that he's already beat. Like, we've seen this match already. We'd like to see
like 50 times already.
Yeah, so he's won this title again. All right, that's your decision. But can we get some fresh match? If there were some fresh matchups, we wouldn't be bored. I'll just say that.
I think they're literally just trying to find heels to keep giving. I'm like, yo, you can give them baby faces, bro.
Yeah, we'll watch.
We'll watch.
Yeah, we'll watch. It doesn't need to be a heel.
No, it doesn't. Like, the most memorable thing in Cody's run was when Cena kicked him in the balls.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And then a month later, Cena turns back to being a babyface because he's retiring. Like, even that went nowhere.
I was about to say that was special.
Dude, you ruined whatever you could have had him being. You could have had John Cena be a heel for the last year of his fucking retirement.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what happened? You had him, The Rock, you had TKA, whatever, and then they completely just killed that storyline.
Yep.
So you had him turn heel for nothing.
Yep. Just so people felt something for all that money they spent on those WrestleMania tickets. That's basically why you had him turn heel.
Right. John, I look, bro. I don't need to see Randy Orton versus Cody Rhodes either. That's happened. We've seen it. Let's move on.
We got there's fresh blood out there.
Look, and not for nothing, why are you guys not pushing Carmelo Hayes?
Yep. Or at least start like you're saying, okay, cool. Okay, now I think you got his feet wet. He has helped push other people. All right, like, so with this I'll even say with this Royal Rumble coming up, they owe it to him to have a really good show. Like, I will say here, he should be one of the final 4 people, 4 final 5 people in the Royal Rumble. Like, he earned it. Carmelo Hayes. He's made everybody look good.
Oh, yeah.
I don't see him complaining. It looks like he just goes out there and does his job. He gets you, you're interested in the match when he's in matches. He's earned it. So yeah, I would like to see him as one of the last 4 or 5 people in the Royal Rumble. If he wins, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and ask him for him to win it. That's a big stretch for where he is in his career at this moment. Right. But But to have a good showing, he eliminates some people. He does some slick shit. Does some slick shit to get out of elimination.
Dude, do some Ed shit where you eliminate a big name and then just slide underneath the fucking bottom rope and go by the announcers and just fucking put on the headset and start talking. You know what I'm saying?
Start talking shit. Yeah. Yep.
What I don't want them to do is like bring somebody like from NXT like Obi. Mm-hmm. Have him like win the title, win the Rumble,
and then go for the NXT title.
Because you're not gonna have him beat Cody, and he's not gonna beat Punk.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? So it'd be like a waste.
Right. No, like he should like again. So he's another one where okay, there's the ribs, or at least a picture of them.
Yeah,
I want some baby back.
Baby back.
I made three slabs, so that was the one by itself.
3 slabs. All right, there it is.
Yeah.
Got the nice burn on it.
For 4 hours, I cooked them shits.
Wow.
All off the bone. That's what took me a little longer. I was cutting it. I was like, damn, the bone's just popping out this motherfucker.
It make you want to slap your mama.
Word.
Yeah, boy.
Mama.
Word. Oh, my bad. So what was
Man,
your
I
name?
miss
Fuck
John
Cena?
Well, we said that for a minute. And then we were going into we would like we was giving some big ups to our boy Carmelo Hayes.
Okay.
Where we're saying in this upcoming Royal Rumble, like this, I think he's paid his dues.
Yeah.
And so now, this Royal Rumble coming up, be great if like have him come in like 15, 16, and he's in the final 5. And then I'm not gonna even ask for him he doesn't need to even win it. Just okay, final 5. He does some slick shit in the match. He eliminates a couple big people, gets out of eliminations in in a crazy way. And I think that will be that's where it's time for that next step for him.
Yeah. I mean that's usually how they set up people to advance in the Rumble if they weren't going to win it anyway. They made some kind of big statement in it.
Right.
And then he can eliminate a key guy.
Right.
So that way, it sets up a rivalry somewhere.
Right.
Well,
right. So that's what we were saying.
A lot of the stuff we were talking about was, how Cody's run has been one of the boringest shit because they keep just throwing back Drew McIntyre at him.
Because Popeye's biscuits keeps getting in the match.
Yeah.
We also talked about LA Knight's ceiling. DJ think that this is as big as he goes because he doesn't see him beating Cody or Punk for the title, and truthfully, neither do I.
I think LA Knight is hit his mark, especially in this era, because now
that's another
the funny shit is, remember when we're talking about the golden era of NXT and Vince didn't like any of Hunter's guys, and when they made it to the main roster, they didn't do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of guys that were Hunter's guys in that NXT that ain't doing nothing now. Like, look at Karrion Kross. He was the top guy in NXT at that moment when Triple H was running it. And LA Knight, for some reason, the fans love him. And like you said, this is his ceiling. Because even if he wins the championship, I think they're going to give him the same treatment that they gave Jay. It's going to be stupid booking. And this is the crazy shit. Like, the people, they attack the wrestlers. Like, they attack Jay for his booking. Like, if he fucked up. Where Cody has had the dumbest shit in the world of booking, the most boring fucking rivalries since he won that title against Roman and John Cena. His 2 runs put together suck balls, and they're just putting the fucking train behind him no matter what. And Jay got 3 months.
No.
Like, this is where I'm talking about. Like, they can push anybody. They can have this. Yeah. We don't see what you see bullshit with anyone. They just choose to happen to do it with Cena or Cody or Drew or anybody that they want to push at the time. Just don't give me that bullshit. Oh, he's tired. He's this. He's that. Yeah, CM Punk gets tired too. How many times we see him can't pick up fucking Seth Rollins? Like he fucked up in the match with Jey Uso also. He fucked up in the next night with Braun Breaker. Like, no one's fucking perfect.
No. And they weren't like, they act like it was like this drastic. I'm like, you had to be pinpoint watching the match to even see this stuff. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, you had to be
relax.
Yeah,
relax.
Because
Yeah, another point I said is like I don't want them to bring somebody up like Obi in the Rumble, have him win it, because we know he's not going to beat Cody for the title. We know he's not going to beat CM Punk for the title.
Yeah.
He's got to use it to go for the NXT World title. Like, no, I don't need you winning the Royal Rumble to go for the NXT.
You know what I see them doing with Obafemi? The same shit they did with Keith Lee. He's going to come in the Rumble. He's going to do something amazing. And he's going to come out on one of the main rosters, and his name's probably going to be fucking Lieutenant Dan or fucking Joaquin.
Well, at least you don't
Brown.
have Vince doing. At least you don't have Vince doing.
Yeah,
that.
because they call him Wildcat.
Like,
Wildcat Jerome Bennis. Like,
right.
What?
Yeah, no, I think it'll still be open. Like, because that was Vince. Vince liked to change people's names and make the. So I don't. Since we don't have Vince, I don't think that's gonna happen.
We're gonna go from Big E Langston just to Big E.
You can tell that they have no idea what they're gonna do with Femi, because every time he leaves and they're like, "Yo, they're gonna call him up. They're gonna call him up." Now there's a new guy. There's the champion. Let's see what happens in NXT. They wrestle one guy and Femi's back there. It's like, why is Femi wrestling Starks again? You know, like,
yeah.
No,
Either that or they're waiting for, like, you know. So again, like the Rumble would be a great place to showcase him, just like he did Keith Lee. But see, he's gonna keep himself in shape.
Yeah,
of course. And I just like I just think Oba, for everybody's not, you know, it's a little different for everybody. I just think that in Obafemi's case, I think his charisma is like it's gonna be hard to drop that ball. It's like a ball that's hard to drop.
Yeah.
So
unless you put him up against like Cody Rhodes,
and doing it too early. Right, so
yeah,
so let him, you know, because right now the music starts and I'm with everybody else. I do the woo when he comes out, like with everybody else. So, or for the people that know, so the people that know they're gonna start doing that right at the Royal Rumble, and then everybody, oh wait, who's this guy?
Yeah,
right. and then let him go in there and throw some bombs, throw some hella clotheslines. You know, do some big moves in the Royal Rumble again. Like, let him be top five, like, you know, the last 5-6 guys. Not asking you for him to win. Just like now you can see him, in that last few guys.
Yeah.
And that will be good. And then boom, that will start him off. Like, cause that's how people started. Because you know, probably everybody here probably saw Keith Lee in the Indies. Like, I was watching Keith Lee, you know, doing flips off of the top, like, you know, flips off of the top rope on the guys to the floor. So I saw that Keith Lee.
No, I saw Keith Lee there too. Fucking guy was amazing.
Right.
Goes from WWE to AEW, and both organizations have done nothing with him. Now, is it because of the injuries he sustained, or just like?
Oh, he doesn't. His work. Like, I've heard a lot about his work ethic, and it hasn't been great.
Who, Keith Lee?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, they made us wonder if he got sick with COVID and never recovered and shit. But it is years now. You would have got over it.
Exactly.
But I mean, listen. But that's what happens when you go to AEW.
They kind of forced him though. They turned him into the bear cat.
Yes, but also, just because you're on a team you don't want to be on doesn't mean you can't work out and be in the best shape of your life.
Man,
if there's one thing we know about WWE is, like, you leave 100 times and they'll accept you back 101 times.
You had a guy in a clown outfit named Doink, and he got over.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm telling you, I don't care what his name. Like, everybody, oh, they changed his name. Okay, but if he went out there and fucked the shit up as Bearcat, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered at all. Sometimes I forget Gunter's other name.
Yeah.
There are sometimes I totally forget about Walter.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what was his name again? Sometimes I totally forget.
That's because Gunter.
Because it doesn't matter. He goes, you call me whatever you want to call me. You know.
But you know, also
deliver.
Yeah, you know, also, if we're gonna be honest, and I love Keith Lee, he became a one-trick pony to these people. Because when he was in NXT, he wrestled Dijak like 17 times.
Man.
And then they put him on the main roster, and they had him wrestling Drew and other people like Dijak. It was just big guy versus big guy, and you see the match all the time, and it's like that's cool, but he's a lot more than just a big guy wrestling big guys.
Because he had a classic match with Adam Cole.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and then he goes to AEW, and they team with Swerve, and they do nothing. Well, nothing happens with him
because he couldn't move. Like, so if you go watch those matches, he couldn't move.
Yeah, he was blown up, and
yeah. He couldn't, and these were tag team matches. I'm like, how are you blowing up in tag team matches?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but yo, Janelle
so
goes.
That's some of you got to have you also like
accountability
for. They take the accountability off of the wrestler. I'm like, no, they didn't do stuff with the no. He's got to also be ready for the opportunity.
Yeah. I know it's true. Like you apply to take a test, study for it.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I forgot that Ruby Soho was.
Unless you're taking the test 13 times.
No, yeah. I mean, that's how I got my CDL license. I was studying the wrong thing. Somebody gave me a booklet to study, and it was the wrong shit.
Yeah.
But
I just saw Ruby, and yes, they have. I think she got pregnant again. Even.
Yeah, but everyone forgot about Ruby Soho after her second title shot.
Yes,
never.
She
came in red hot. Yep. I've never seen somebody come in even hotter than her.
Right,
and
at that time it was against Soraya, aka Paige and her group and all that other stuff.
Yeah,
and Paige couldn't even wrestle. Like that was the thing that was pissing me. I'm like, she can't even be in the. Paige is not supposed to even be in the ring.
Yeah.
So when they had her win the title, like everybody, oh, I'm happy for her. I'm like, I'm not. It's horrible for business. We all know she should not be. She didn't take any bumps in this match because she can't. Okay, and it was she did horrible in the match, and then all of a sudden everybody knocks each other out, and then she slides in and gets the pin, and everybody's happy. I'm like, I'm not happy. I don't care that it's her hometown. She should not be in the ring, and I know she shouldn't be in the ring, and she's world again. So we're just passing. It's your turn. Here you go. It's not a special title anymore.
And if she was able to do it, if she was able to do it, she would have been in WWE. A lot of these women now are like, "Oh, I would love to go back to WWE." It's like, well, when you couldn't do it when they gave you 3 minutes. What the fuck are you gonna do now? They give you 15. Not for nothing. Let's be serious.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the women in the Divas era were not wrestlers. That's part of the reason why you got 3 minutes.
Right.
Like you talk about Mickie James and Trish and
AJ
and even Paige at the time and all those women got you all you need. But Eva Marie, you ain't need 15 minutes.
Man. No. No.
And it may sound harsh, it may sound fucked up and all that other shit, but I mean, that's the fucking facts.
It is the fact.
It's
the car facts.
Yeah, like not for nothing. If you got enough time to be on a reality TV show, you had enough time to go into a fucking gym and work on your shit.
There's plenty of time. Plenty.
Like not for nothing. We see who really wanted it, who didn't.
Okay.
Right.
Because Mandy Rose came in not knowing shit, and she was actually pretty good in NXT.
Right.
You just so happened to make more money in it.
And she got put down to NXT, and she did, instead of crying about it, she's like, all right, no, we're good here. I'm gonna turn this over. I'm gonna take the lemons and make lemonade. Yep. And there you go.
Yeah, and she did. She
I'm gonna flip this on his head.
Yep.
Yeah. And she became one of the top female stars in NXT.
Right. And then you had the thing, like, so one thing I still kind of laugh at Athena about is like, oh, okay, so just as long as you wear booty shorts, you get a chance. And then first thing she's wearing in AEW. or in AEW, wherever she was like undefeated for a while. TNA, right?
The Ring of Honor.
Ring of Honor, yeah. So first outfit she's wearing Ring of Honor. I was like,
yeah.
You were saying?
But the thing is it's a lot of people's gimmicks don't work other than the indies. Like, in all honesty, Athena is a phenomenal fucking wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
But what is her stick? What is her gimmick?
Right.
Like Mercedes, like you see that she's trying to be this rich snob.
Right.
She's not coming out the best, but she has a mantra. She's a CEO. She could always fall back on that. Like, what is Athena?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like Valkyrie, like Lyra Valkyrie. Like, what do? You come out with chicken wings on your fucking back. Like right now, the only gimmick you got is your Bailey's best friend.
Bro, yeah.
Like yo, we've said it. There's plenty of wrestlers that can do this shit beautifully, but there's more to it than just being able to do moves.
Right.
Like Bret Hart. There's not a lot of people that have just as much skill as Bret Hart that could have been in Bret Hart's position.
You're right.
He just had that hidden charisma somewhere.
Right.
Fucking Owen Hart had the same fucking charisma. Like Owen Hart had more charisma than Bret, but he was in all honesty, I think Owen Hart was held down.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He should have been champion at least once, especially with
out of Owen Hart, who was the better wrestler. Wrestler.
I thought he was a better wrestler. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we had so many people that there's more to it than just doing what you do in the ring. Like, we was at the show Saturday. Darius Carter is a fucking guy. He could walk out, not even do a move, and I'm entertained by him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
some
there's people that get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's one guy that's like, you look at him and like, yo, bro. And yo, I don't want to say what I'm going to say, so I'm not going to say it, but I'm going to imply it. How the fuck did you get to where you at looking the way you look?
Well,
and then you open up your mouth and there's like, you saw me laughing. It was like, wow. What happened here? And no, listen, this is what I see, and this is, listen, I can't lie to you. I'm not gonna kiss everybody's ass. But there's sometimes like I don't know what's happening. I don't see it. But do you, boo boo? I'm not gonna stop you from living your dream. No, I don't see it. And I was supposed to be the guy that...
Right. I mean, because like you're saying, like again, somebody will be like, so they'll criticize up and down about Jay. Like, oh, Jay this, Jay that. He only does this. He only does that. Okay, so who do you think should be in Jay's place? And then they give you somebody. It's like, are you serious? So that's the guy. So that's the guy. Like, I'm like, he already got his chances, and he's mid. Like, people don't gravitate to be world. Again, the world title is supposed to be the guy that the crowd is just like gravitating to.
Yeah.
So yes, it does mean something that his interest is 20 minutes and everybody's into it for the 20 minutes and they want to hear the song again. Yep. Yes, that makes a difference. That does make a difference.
You think Undertaker's entrance would have been 20 minutes if his shit sucked? Shit.
The original Bray Wyatt, like with the fireflies?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, man.
Word. And something, I just want to say something, and it has nothing to do with what we're talking about now, but I wanted to come out of my mouth. Mick Foley needs to be mentioned a lot more when it comes to being a wrestler.
Okay.
Because, one, he's a phenomenal wrestler when it comes to wrestling, but you want to talk about somebody that has that intangible? He was Cactus Jack, Mankind, Mick Foley, and Dude Love. They all did the same moves, but did it completely different.
Right.
When Mankind hit that elbow off of the apron onto the ground, he didn't look like Cactus Jack. He didn't look like Dude Love.
I've always loved that one, especially when he used to do it in WCW.
Yeah, but he did it differently.
When they didn't have a mat on the concrete.
It was like he turned into another character.
Right.
It was like he created a player and just copied the moves over, but he wrestles completely different with these characters.
A little bit of different edge to each.
Little nuance.
Right.
And I'm like, there you go. Look at Mick Foley. Is he an Olympic gold medalist? No. Is he a gymnast? No. Does he have 25,000 Twitter followers when he first started? No. But he had something that made people want to watch. And did he need to jump off a 25-foot ladder onto glass? He didn't need to get pushed off of the Hell in a Cell. But this is the first time we're seeing these guys in the Hell in a Cell. This is a grudge match, and this is supposed to be the feud, like to end the feud. That's when the idea of throw me off the cage. And Undertaker's like, fuck that, no. And he's like, you gotta throw me off the cage because this is gonna, our feud, we need to do it. It makes sense. We've been wrestling for fucking years. This is supposed to be the deadliest match. Let's do it. All right. Now throw me through the fucking cage.
And it's two characters that you can't beat with, like, say, a chair shot.
Yeah.
Because in their character, like, there's characters you can't, like, it takes more than just a chair shot to beat.
Yes.
So you had, like, so again, it even made sense for both, like, for the characters, like, okay, to get this guy, I need to do something this crazy to make him stay down, and he still didn't stay down.
Yeah, and also, it wasn't telegraphed.
No.
Every time someone falls off a cage now, it's telegraphed.
Man, you can see it coming.
Yeah,
because they're prepping for it. Which I'm not saying don't, be someone safety, but still, like, it just they came up with something in a moment.
Yeah.
And that worked.
Think about this. Mick Foley gets thrown off the top of the cage. Mm-hmm. We hear it for 20 years. Mm-hmm. Sammy Guevara got thrown off at the top of the Blood and Guts match. Yeah. Jericho, we criticized it. Rikishi was the second one to fall off the top of that Hell in a Cell. Right. He fell onto a fucking truck of hay. And it's like, where the fuck this truck come from? You set it up so he can fall off the fucking truck. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some times where it's like, okay, maybe you didn't need to throw Rikishi off the cage.
No, you did not.
You know?
You did not.
You'd be all right. You'd be all right. You know, there's certain things where, like, don't get me wrong, I don't want to see somebody fall off the cage onto the table with no padding and fucking hurt themselves or kill, die. But that happened. Don't never do that shit again. But it's,
I'm about to say, go ask Balls Mahoney about that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But it's one of those things like, okay, this is cool. That's fine. But now, match number 1, I'm going to blow you up, send you to space without a suit, and then put you in a black hole, and then you're going to kick out.
And he's still going to kick out.
A black hole, a black hole?
Yeah, I'm going to fucking take a 747, light that motherfucker on fire with fucking napalm and blow that shit up your ass, and you're going to kick out.
You could put him in a coffin, about to bury him.
Yeah, and he's going to kick out. Yeah.
Out the dirt. Like,
yep, the Kill Bill.
Like, wait, what?
Yeah.
He kicks out.
Yeah. And then you're going to beat me with a fucking finger poke. All right.
Man, so I can tell you the exact moment when, for me, AEW jumped the shark. Okay. It was when Chris Jericho was wrestling like the backyard hardcore legend guy.
Okay. Yeah, the GCW dude.
Yeah, and okay, so they're wrestling.
The Gage? Yeah.
Gage,
yes. There you go.
And this so they're doing all these moves to each other, and Chris Jericho wins on a fucking back elbow, and I was like, that's it. I'm all done. I'm all done. I was like, nobody tell me that this is better than WWE ever again. It's over. Like, don't tell me this anymore. A back elbow, and this dude has been going through barbed wire and getting ran over by trucks and everything and kicking out. A back elbow from Chris Jericho. No, like, I gotta lay out. A back elbow.
You know what?
Bionic. It's bionic.
Yeah. It was Lex Luger's fucking the narcissist elbow.
The metal.
It's funny. He's the narcissist was the only one that had a fucking elbow that could kill people. Every other rendition of Lex Luger, he didn't have a fucking elbow like a couple people.
What are you eating now, show?
No, he's just.
I said, didn't he use this?
Yeah, he used that.
On a Domino's
He did use
commercial.
that. I'm about to say,
You
you
know-
eating something else, show?
You know what kind of fucked me up? Like what kind of threw me off was Sammy Guevara spearing Matt Hardy off of that
put
thing
that up there.
straight onto the concrete.
Yeah, and put that up there too. That yes, John.
But did we did wait,
The
which
Orange
one?
Cassidy orange juice match.
Yes.
I like don't ever again. Don't tell me no more. I like don't tell me. Don't ever say it again. Don't tell me no more that this is better. Don't tell me anymore.
Yeah.
And that is
It would-
WWE is too cartoony. I was like, a guy just threw another guy in a vat of orange juice. Don't tell me about cartoons anymore.
Yeah. And then the sparklers. I'll never forget.
Yeah. Okay.
But when Matt Hardy hit his fucking head on the I would have accepted. Yo, this match is over.
Yes.
And Tony Khan going, I can't let Matt Hardy end his career like that.
Correct.
And then
Nobody would have gone. Everybody been,
because now it's like, yo, you care about this guy's life. I understand this is supposed to be an exhibition.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't want to see people die.
No.
But then you kept him fighting. You kept him wrestling. It's like, yo, bro, we just came through with CTE and the NFL getting fucking, having to pay billions of dollars for all that other shit. And why did what he did? All these fighters are killing themselves. Like all these NFL players are killing themselves with CTE. We don't need to witness this fucking guy. That's the beginning of the downfall of his fucking life.
Right.
Damn.
And end the match and get him fucking seen.
Right.
Was it really that bad? Mankind fell from the top of the cage twice.
No, Matt Hardy fell from about 20 feet up of a scaffold and landed. His head bounced off of the concrete.
Okay,
there was
so
no
it was
table
bad.
there.
No, you can see
They
it.
missed the table.
No.
His head fell off the concrete.
You can see it. Yeah.
He was
Like it bounced.
He was trying to get up and fell. He was legitimately out.
Concussed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dude, you
He's
look
out.
that shit up and you'll see how bad that shit was.
I'm gonna look there. I
Even
can hear
Sammy
it.
was like confused.
Yeah.
Like Sammy was confused. He's like, wait, shouldn't we be stopping?
Yeah.
Like that's what his face looks like.
Yeah.
Bro, we seen a man get shocked and thrown off the fucking roof.
Dude, think about this shit. Austin was paralyzed for how long? And they turned around and said, yo, bro, if you can move, pin me. And that was the weakest pin, and no one talked shit about that pin because they knew Austin was hurt.
We knew it was something.
Get it
wrong,
over
yeah.
with and go out there and fix yourself.
Right.
Like, who the fuck in their right mind is going to be like, he can't move? Yeah, well, too fucking bad. Get up and wrestle. What?
Wait.
Yeah,
I didn't feel mad
Come
with,
on,
with
we
Liv
got-
Morgan when they
If
hit
you-
the X in the middle of the match.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Liv Morgan.
When did they do that?
When she hurt her shoulder, as soon as she landed, the referee stood up. It was like, it's over.
No, yeah. Yeah, I mean, now they do it because I think they have to. Like,
I remember.
or like the WWE at least is gonna be like, yo, she's hurt. Cut it out now, because if you're gonna keep going, you can hurt yourself even more. And we're way past the tough era, where Hardcore Holly breaks his fucking forearm and it continues the match, or Kurt Angle breaks his neck and continues the match. It's like,
Bret Hart
Yeah.
talked about breaking his sternum.
yeah,
And he's like, and he'd never forget, like he's laying on the ground, his sternum is really broken, and then guys are yelling, "Oh, you phony, get up!"
Yeah.
He's like, my sternum I'm laying here with a broken sternum.
yeah.
And you're drinking a beer. Like what?
Oh, remember when Randy Orton fell out the ring and broke his collarbone?
Ouch.
And everybody was giving him shit, and he's like, I broke. And like, it's like, yo, bro, you took that pain well.
Right.
How high were you?
Oh,
Because
adrenaline?
dude. I never broke my shit, but I don't think I'll be able to break my shit and start yelling at people, talking about I hurt myself and walk out like nothing happened.
Nigga, Kobe took 2 shots on a fucking broken Achilles and walked off. I'm good.
First off, he walked off very slowly, limping.
Slow. Because you cannot move your foot
Yeah.
with your Achilles torn. and he was mad because he just found so when he was going to the bench, he thought somebody kicked him. And so he was upset that somebody kicked him. And they're like, no, dude, you tore your Achilles. Oh, really? Like that's how it happened. He's like, well, I'm shooting. Well, you want us to kick? No, I'm shooting this fucking free throw.
I want to stay the whole game.
You're not carrying me off the floor. So
Jason Tatum tried that. He said, I don't know how Kobe did it, bro.
I've torn my Achilles. I don't know how Kobe did it.
Some people
at all.
For that moment, I bet you he went into the back and was fucking in pain like no other.
Oh, I'm telling y'all.
Shit.
I see men crying in pain.
No, it's. I mean, just think every time you move your foot up and down, that's what's doing it, right? Mm-hmm. And that muscle tears.
You know what? This guy from the Pacers did it last year in the playoffs. Tyrese Halliburton, bro. And he was crying. He said, I don't know how he moved.
And I don't fault him for crying either, because I'm telling you. And it was a big game, like you're in NBA Finals. That's the other reason why he's like, we're all we could win a championship.
Yeah.
And it's over till next June for him.
Well, you know what they say, ball don't lie. Could have been the Knicks.
You gentlemen, not for nothing, but I gotta go.
You gotta go, man.
Yeah, it's
we
1:30.
all gotta go. It's 2:00.
Yeah, I gotta be up. I gotta be at my old office at 7.
Oh shit! Man. What you still doing here, man? Go to bed. Well, thank you for covering me.
I was looking at your beautiful face.
Thank you, man. I've been working out.
Yeah.
All right. And then you ate Taco Bell at 2 in the morning, so
he's been working out of the office because he ain't been at work.
You know why?
And then by 3:30, you gonna be
working out. Him having Taco Bell and then being cleaned the fuck out.
I'm about to say, yeah.
I lost weight.
3:30, he'll be clean.
He's working out all the excuses.
Nah, Papa. with that and that hot sauce too, he gonna be on fire later on.
Oh yeah.
I'm almost feeling it.
Yeah,
my man, it's almost gonna be as bad as when you have White Castle.
I haven't had that in years.
Well, they changed it because it don't really do that shit to me no more.
It's called building up an immunity.
Your stomach fucked up.
Okay, we know that.
Yeah, I was born in the 80s.
You can give me poison if you want. I don't give a fuck.
The first White Castle I got was downtown Vegas, and they just got, they only got that a few years ago. So, and then I tried it.
Is that automated one?
No, not yet.
But
there is a bar that's automated.
I've been to Vegas maybe twice. Anytime I go there, I gotta go to Jack in the Box.
Interesting.
Well, we don't got that here.
We don't have that here.
What about In-N-Out?
Nope.
No.
Yo,
that's about I'm like, why? Like, go to it.
The first time I ever been to a Waffle House was when me and Show went to Florida, and we had to go looking for one because I was like, yo, I gotta see what the problem is. Like, why everybody go to Waffle House? Then I had Waffle House like, oh, they use fresh ingredients. This is actually pretty good.
My sister and I have friends who my sister lived at Georgia, and I have friends who lived in Georgia in ATL. So I've been to a couple of Waffle Houses. But yeah, Vegas is the only place I've ever seen the Jack in the Box.
Wow. Okay.
Dude, you not for nothing. Even New York City doesn't even have Sonics. You got to go to Jersey to go to Sonic.
They made one in Long Island.
Okay, like I said, you got to go to Jersey.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of Sonics.
Yeah.
And see, ever since they stopped having the people roller skate, I don't really go to Sonic all that.
And then
we don't even have that many
around here. I think in the Bronx there's a Checkers. That's about it.
There's one in Fordham, and then there's one in Gun Hill. There used to be one in Bay Plaza, and I used to go there all the time, but now they stopped it. Now I gotta order the one in Gun Hill. It's 45 minutes away. We get this shit. I was like, yo, we can go pick this shit up. I went there, picked it up, came back. It took me longer than if I would have ordered it.
God,
yeah,
that's not good.
Yeah.
Good night, fellas.
And also, it's in the hood, so like you over there dodging bullets trying to get Checkers. Like, yo, nah, the fries ain't that good.
Give me the large fries.
You know what I'm saying? But shit. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, DJ, if you're gonna come back tomorrow, we can talk about some of the movie and shit again.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
But appreciate y'all coming. Hell of a fucking talk. We
absolutely.
It's been a while. Not for nothing. We used to start this thing and we didn't have a time limit. And there'll be a time where we'll start at 9 and we'll end at like 5 a.m. And then now it's like we're like struggling to get to 12. And then you come on and it was like we could talk until 5 a.m. So y'all people,
I bring the energy.
Word, y'all people gotta start appreciating us more, motherfuckers. Dying out here.
Like, subscribe, share.
Word, tell your mama about us.
Chicken wire.
Word. Yeah.
I can stay here as long as y'all want. I'm still working. Go ahead.
Well,
Yeah.
listen, I got to go to work tomorrow. I just cooked 3
Yeah,
slabs of ribs.
people gotta work, man.
Don't get me wrong. I eat the motherfuckers tomorrow. I'll call out, but it's shit.
Right.
But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's your friendly neighborhood knucklehead signing out. Peace, everybody. Appreciate you, Janelle, for staying with us this late. And everybody else watching.
Appreciate you, DJ, too.
Word. But it's fucking 7 o'clock in the afternoon over there.
Oh, yeah.